Clobbering time!
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger, ready to move out.
I'm going to start off a little different, folks. Before we get into the business and everything, I just want to do this real quickly. A moment of silence here for a dear, dear friend that we all lost. Rest in peace, Gil Bavel, Cardinal Sin. So you'll know we're here. We're just having a bit of silence for our good friend Gil. But I didn't want anyone to think we're not broadcasting. So. All right. I will leave this up for a little bit. I didn't want to start in the traditional way, everyone. I just wanted to do that a little bit there for our buddy Gil that we lost so suddenly and so tragically just this past week, a few days ago. And there are no words. And we're not, again, I only wanted to start the show out like that. I hate to start it out on a downer for everybody. But what do you do? There's no way to escape it. You have to address it when there's someone that close to us in this fellowship that we have here. So I just feel there was no way to do it. And just we're gonna go from here and do the show. But I'll let if Raquel wants to say anything real quickly. Then we're gonna move on from that. Everybody already pretty much knows what happened. So, R.I.P. buddy, we'll miss you. Number one.
Yeah, everyone. I just want to send everyone a hug. I know many of you were close to Cardi. He was a very generous and very kind person. He has supported me since I started podcasting. He comes into Saturday Night Star Trek and he showers Clobby and I with praise and attention and affection and, of course, gifts. But he also reached out to us privately. This is somebody who sent us direct messages. He was supporting my book on Patreon, wanting to share his stories and his work, and just a really open and caring person. And I went and looked at his Facebook and I saw that he had that Oscar Wilde quote about how he was loved by his friends, but also drove his friends crazy. And he was a character, wasn't he? Just
Yes.
So sweet and so kind and willing to stir the pot. And just
Yep.
like I'm still in shock. And it's extremely upsetting for me because of how young he was. And I know it's extremely upsetting for everyone who knew him and loved him. So I just want to say, I'm so sorry to everyone in the whole community. Words are totally inadequate. I also want to extend my love and support on behalf of everyone here at Clobberin Time, Saturday Night Star Trek, and Clobby show and channel in general, to Gil's family. We really loved him, and he really loved us back. He was a good friend to so many people, and I just want to thank you for letting us know. It must have been painful and hard, and we're so sorry. And we also feel your profound loss. So sorry.
And in honor of Gil, we're going to get on with the show now and do it to the best of our ability. Excuse me. It's not like we won't be in our thoughts. We're going to do it. He would want us to have fun with it, we think.
Yeah.
We hope so. But we love you, brother. We'll miss you. And you'll always be part of the show. Godspeed. And whatever you do, buddy, when you get up there, don't ever ask the question, what does God need with the starship?
Also, Gil, you are not allowed to do midnight to midnight wherever you are on the other side. Yeah. No midnight to midnight.
Don't do that, buddy. We miss you already. All right, everybody, we're going to get on with the show. Number one, let's do our usual, go out with your usual opening words.
Okay, boss.
And I'll do, after that, I'll do the show notes and shout outs.
Well, Clobberonimal! Welcome to the show, everyone. Hail to the chat. Thank you, one and all, for joining us. Each and every one of you. You are such good friends to us. Thank you for helping to create this mini Star Trek convention every Saturday night. Yeah, you are all very special, and you mean something to Clobby and I. So thank you for being here. I also want to shout out my Patreon subs, the beautiful and marvelous people who are promoting and supporting my new book. And I'm sorry if I'm going to be a bit of a nincompoop tonight, but I was at the convention all day today, so bear with me. I want to thank my two full backers, Larry, and Tony Stark.
Larry.
Thank you so much. I also want to thank my patrons, and I'm going to start with Cardinal Sin, because Cardinal Sin has been with me since the beginning, promoting me and my work. So thank you, Cardinal Sin. Rest in peace, sweetheart, and thank you for all of your love and support over the years. I also want to thank Sean Carter from Mars, Shuta, pew pew, Chris Persia, Gwagnar, Scuba and Leslie Pete, who are at a concert tonight, but dropped into the chat to say, not only to give a gift to Clobby, but also to say hello and let everyone know what they're up to. Eric K. and Kirby, Enigmatic Drop Air, Michael and Cassandra Beacom, And my fans, Mark D with a C, Anti-Derivative Jill, Maximum Redstone, JT Cook, Dadman and the Dadman Clan, Lord and Lady Thoth, Rob Altus, and of course, Tyler. I also want to give a shout out to the judge, Joseph Dredd, the judge. You sent one of your friends to come and see me today at the convention. And he walked up
Oh.
to me and he said, "Do you know who Joseph Dredd is?" And I said, "Here come the judge," just like Clobby does. And he told me that you sent
Wow.
him to say hello. So
Nice.
wherever you are in the world, Judge, I'm sending a hug to you, and I blew some kisses to you. I don't think you want those from your friend, but I sent them anyway. I also want to ask for continued love and support and prayers for Enigmatic Drop Bear. He's dealing with the big C right now. He's not joining us tonight, but it's important for you all to know that he got a hold of Clobby and he got a hold of me. I don't want anyone to worry about him, okay? He's fine. He has a date with a friend tonight. So he's out relaxing, chilling and having a good time. So we love him so much. So don't worry about him. And please make sure you continue to share your love, support, and prayers for him. And I want you to an update. I want you to know there's an update on Max. He is on the mend. And I also want to thank Max for sending me the Voyager companion. And it looks as though it was brand new. And any of the wear and tear was actually him mailing it to me, which would have been insanely expensive. That's a $45 book in Canada and probably $25 or $30 to send. So, Max, that was pretty amazing.
Thank you,
And
Max.
I know the book is new, you little stinker. I should send you some shin kicks, but I just love you and thank you for that. That was so generous and kind and thoughtful. I also want to shout out the lurkers, especially and others who are out there who just don't have time or the will to be in the chat, and that's fine. But Clobby and I want you to know that we appreciate you so very much, and thanks for the gifts, everyone. And you know what? I think that's about it. Let's get on with the show.
All right. Let's see here. Thank you so much. Number one, look at that crazy outfit. Love it. Beautiful. Okay. Let's see here.
That's my new one, boss.
Yep.
I asked Mark to I didn't have
amazing.
time to process the pictures because StreamYard won't accept JPEGs. So I asked Mark to put them in a folder for you. But that is the patch you sent me. Everyone, if you were waiting to see my UFO cosplay, I was way too busy at the convention today to take any pictures. This is the one picture that I got sitting at my desk as thousands of people were walking by. But look at the patch Clobby got me and the shirt that I had to make. It turned out. Yay!
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Clobby. I love it. I loved the patch. I was so proud of it. And no one knew what I was cosplaying today. Everybody was like, what?
Man.
And then there were a couple of people who tried to fake it till they made it, and they just didn't.
Didn't know
like,
the
what?
UFO. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
did they make like close guesses like, Space Team 1999 maybe?
No.
Not even that. Huh? Wow.
Just eyes glazed over like I was from Planet X.
Youngsters. Oh, well. What can you do? Anyway, everyone. Okay. Let's see. First, before I start show notes and shout outs, I want to thank the great Max Redstone, who won't be here tonight, but he will be. What happened?
Oh, Mark put that up. Thank you, Mark.
No, there we go. Thanks, Mark. Thank you. I was wondering what the hell. Well
There's
done.
my patch that you spent so much money buying and then shipping to Canada, where everything is way too expensive.
Love it. It was worth it all. Max Redstone, who will not be with us tonight, he's got something to do, but he did give us some limericks, though, folks.
Oh, good.
He says, Clobbering Times limericks to you by email. You didn't have to super check that, buddy, but thank you. Scuba Pete and Leslie, thank you so much for the kind super chat. Said, hail friends at a concert tonight, but wanted to stop by and say hello. Well, hello to you, my dear friends. Thank you so much. Like I said, it's very kind of you to do that, and we appreciate it so much. Okay, let's see. They put the show notes and the shout outs. Who's ready for that? We'll get it together by the it is, of course, on the Clobbering Times, issue number 649, on YouTube, 1000 349 overall, and it is Saturday Night Star Trek 136. So, oh, we got other pictures too.
Oh, do you want to show those? These are from the con.
Look at
Okay, so
Cat
this
Woman.
is from the first day. This is in the parking lot when we were going to leave.
Our old arch nemesis, Cat Woman.
Julie
All right.
Newmar. Yeah.
Let's see what we got. Okay, so anyway, tomorrow night, of course, as always, I will be at the Great Geekery on the Great Chief Engineers channel. Mark D with a C, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We geek out. We, in the week, just kind of casually sitting back and hanging out with each other, just geeking around. And eventually, it becomes the eatery if you can take it. But it's a lot of fun. It is our Great Chief Engineers channel. Please join us for that.
Keep snacks nearby because the boss, the captain, is correct. It turns into the eatery. You will need snacks. Bring snacks. You're
going to need the snacks, I'm afraid, because somebody likes to make everybody hungry. Let's see here. All right. Where were I? Oh, okay. And of course, went to the wrong side. Okay. On Monday nights, 3 Monday nights out of the year, I'm hanging out with my great buddy J-Man on his channel, chronicling all of the adventures in chronological order from the very beginning of the Legion of Superheroes, Silver through the end of the Bronze Age, 58 through 89, the only Legion chronology that matters. Then, of course, I'm Monday Night Mark C. Comics Talk a few hours after that. All of my shows on this channel, Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays are 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. And, of course, it's Monday nights. It's Comics Talk. Anything goes, or sometimes there's a topic, but it'll be comics for sure, dedicated to our dear departed wonderful friend, Mark C. And then Wednesday nights, it is the wild card. Sometimes I can throw a topic in there, but other times it's me being wild with the audience, hanging out with you guys and geeking around. And then, of course, there's the clubhouse, Clobby's Clubhouse. This Thursday will be 100. Clobby's Clubhouse number 100.
Can you believe we've done 100 shows?
Well, we've done 99 anyway.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
It's, of course, our wonderful first officer and chief engineer hanging out with me, having some fun, just geeking around. But this time we will celebrate. Well, who knows what we'll do? We'll do stuff. And of course, those are the shows on this channel. There's also, like I said, there's also Saturday Night Star Trek, which you know about. And then I'm on a couple of other channels. On Friday nights, I'm on 2 of them. Comics Talk, early in the night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central. I'm on buddy J-Man's channel again. We're reviewing all of Jack Kirby's Fourth World, Sean, J-Man, and myself. Lots of fun on that if you're comics fans. And then later, if you're still comics fans, 8:30 p.m. Central on my buddy Dick Weiser's channel, Friday Night Comic Shop Talk with the Comic Shop Gang and the good fellers over there. There you go. And then the rest of the week, I'm at Tom's Midnight's Edge, of course, on Tuesdays and Thursday nights, and Loki's channel on Wednesday nights for the comic book round table. Now let's get to some shout outs, shall we?
Yes.
And then we will get a move on here.
And we have treats from Gwagnar later. Gwagnar made some of the coolest treats. And Mark, who is like a person who is always helping us, he's like the greatest chief engineer. He'll have those prepped later, but everyone should know something special is coming from Gwagnar.
So tonight, of course, whether they're here or not, the great wrenches get shouted out. Let's see here. The great Eric K, of course, the bronze wrencher. Go, buddy.
Sending tons of smooches to you.
The Vindicator Wrench of the North. Great White North, that is. Chris Persia.
And the crowd goes wild.
Yeah, buddy.
Thank you for everything you do for us. Thank you for the beautiful show posters and for promoting Clubby all over social media and all the beautiful graphics you make for him. We love you, Chris.
Thank you so much, buddy. We really do appreciate you. The Wrench of Iron, D. Bud Martin. Lord and Lady Thoth, the god and goddess of wrenches, of course.
Cheese for Lance.
Avon lives long, lives the Legion, buddy. The wrench without fear, my partner in crime on Earth B, fellow Legionnaire reviewer and Kirby reviewer extraordinaire, the great J-Man.
J-Man. Also, buy his books on Amazon. He writes horror.
He does, but he does it well.
He does.
Let's see here. Who's next? Sorry, I got away from the page. Where are you? Okay. All right. Hungry Boy, Master of the Cluboni.
Yay!
Comic
Today,
artist
I talked
extraordinaire.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you. I'm just so
All right.
excited because I talked about him all day. All
Nice.
day. You want to know why? Everyone else at the convention, well, not everyone else, but everyone I saw, they all had AI generated covers. And I had the old school, beautiful painting that
Nice.
HB made. And it made me feel so proud. You know, those AI covers, they look slick and people like
Yeah.
them. And I know they're cheap and they're easy to use. And so it can be kind of hard to deal with an artist, or it's scary because it seems so expensive. But I got to tell you today, Clobby, I felt so proud that I got to meet HB and that he decided to do that cover for me, because being at the convention and just the pride in having a painting as my book cover. Wow, what an amazing gesture. What an amazing gift. Thank you, HB. Sorry to interrupt,
no
Clobby. I
problem
just
at
had
all.
to say that.
No problem at all. I'm glad you did. And I'm sure he would love to hear that. If he does pop in, we'll definitely make sure we tell him. I don't know if he will be here or not. We hope so, though. The master of the Cluboni, though, and the painter of the cover of Science Fiction Tales, well, Commander R.M. Briggs.
Yay!
Super Wrench Kal-El. Missing you, buddy. Hope he's okay out there.
Yeah, real soup. We're wondering where you are.
The Rationally Wrench Fanty Outsider E.
Fanty!
Maddie's Daddy. Wielder reach me all ya. And Thor in Vegas. Hey, buddy. Hope you're doing well, man.
Kiss Maddie for me, please.
And Clobbering Time's own music master, Max Redstone, who's not with us out there hanging, but he did give us some lyrics, of course. And great to see you on the men there, buddy. And now it is time to yell out our wonderful friends who are already here in the chat. First, before I do that, I want to say thank you to all those who lurk. We appreciate you, all of them who are out there lurking right now. Or if you're watching on a download or a rewatch or whatever, I don't say it enough. I forget sometimes because I'm an idiot, but please, 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 absolutely, just love having you here. If you would be so kind as to, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe if you feel like it, and hit that like button. We appreciate it. And the notification bell. I always hate saying all that kind of stuff, but everyone else says it. Figure once in a while, even I'll say it. Okay, so with us here tonight, of course, is our great engineer, Mark D with a C, and our wonderful communications officer, Anti-Derivative Jill, of course.
Yay!
And also Shooter.
Pew, pew, pew!
Hey, look, our good old buddy, That 70s Rock Fan is here tonight.
Hey, how are ya?
What's up, 70s?
Hey,
right,
Calgary. How's it going?
Good to see you, brother. Simply Steve. What's up, old chum?
Good evening, sir.
The aforementioned great Joseph Dredd. Hey, come the judge.
Judge, I just want to say again how special that was for me this afternoon. It was my first big convention, and you know, I'm a nerd amongst geeks, and here I am signing these books, and it felt pretty darn amazing to have you stroll over through your friend to say hello to me. That was so thoughtful. Thank you so much for doing that for me, and I'm sending you a huge hug. Thank you for that.
Well done, yeah. Way to go, Judge. The extraordinary couple of Raymond and Sandra Feliciano. They are
King Dolphin TV
in color. What's up, King Dolphins? I stopped by their wonderful Saturday stream for a little bit earlier today, and they looked like they were having a lot of fun. So if you've not subbed to their channel, please, my friends, do so. Let's see here. Bubba Doom 1. What's up, Bubba? Good to see you. Classic Comic. What's up, CC?
Hey, CC.
Penny. Hello there,
Oh,
Penny.
good evening, Penny. Thank you for joining us.
Good to see you, dear. Hope you're doing well. The Gwag Man's here. Gwag.
Love you, Gwagnar.
Wagnar.
Wait until everyone sees what Gwagnar made. Gwagnar.
Yeah, that's what he was waiting for there. Michael Beacom. I think Michael Beacom said he was out about somewhere, but doing something, but I think he's hearing us. Either way, Michael Beacom and, of course, the wonderful Cassandra. Shout out to you, my friends.
Good evening, beautiful people.
Larry
is a man so nice, a gentleman so kind, so nice. You ought to say his name twice, perhaps thrice. Larry. Love you, Larry. Mwah,
mwah. Larry. Sorry, Larry. I know it gets annoying.
No,
Especially with me doing it. He does it like that.
He does. He loves Batman. That's why you always see in the chat, Larry always says, turbines to speed.
Empress and M, hello there.
Good evening.
Let's see here. Scuba Pete again. Oh, I got him on my list there. Good to see you. Hey, Fetch for Hire popped in a little while ago.
Nice.
Fetch for Hire, it is an honor.
Evening.
We love your work. Good to see you. Suzanne Eckstein, hello there.
Good evening, Suzanne. Thank you for joining us.
Good to see you. Admiral Teague, sup, Admiral?
Good evening. Admiral?
Sander Hammerslag.
Sander!
SP4H.
Good evening, SP4H.
Claude Selling, hello, my friend.
Good evening, Claude.
Eldritch Lord Haster, what's up, bud?
Oh.
Yes. The aforementioned great Matt Rexnog, I already shouted him out. Anyway, but I'll do it again. Apollomees Minion, I hope the pupper's doing well.
And the pepperoni.
Tried something different there. Oh. There you go. Oh, yep. Thanks.
I love Larry.
Lisa, lovely.
Lisa! Cooking up a storm?
Yes, indeed-ishness. Victor Fontaine. Victor Fontaine. What's up? What's up, Vic? Parker Luck.
Good evening,
up,
Parker.
Dadman. And the Dadman Clan. And so far, I don't know if anyone else, well, anyone who does will be, of course, acknowledged accordingly. Now we will get on to the business at hand. For those who do not know, quick recap. That's what we do every week, just in case. And that is, what is Saturday Night Star Trek? Oh, wait, before I went in a super chat I missed. Eric K said 13,651 more than you can retire. Just keep that count for me, buddy, and thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it.
Oh God, I love you, Eric.
Keep that count for me, brother. Hang on. Let's see what.
Rob just walks through the door. Rob, we were talking about you. Were your ears burning?
Rob, Aldous, and JT Kirk.
JT Kirk. A lot of burning ears.
Buddies? Some great pals.
Yep.
All right. Good to see you both. Let's see. Up and you. I mean, where?
I love the Cajun man.
Open you. Let's see what we're going to do. Maybe we should do a whole show like that, man. It'd be the Cajun Star Trek, Saturday Night Star Trek, man. I can make that really super annoying. I promise, y'all.
No, it would be annoying. It would be funny if you did Cajun man chat. Holy crap. It would be so funny.
I don't want to do that now. I don't like the way they talk down here in the bayou, and I certainly don't want to talk like them. You know what I mean, Shell? So, but believe me, they do talk like that down here. A lot of them do. And
they also make really good food. Cajun food is really good.
Sometimes. So, don't do eatery. Here, where were I? Okay, where's I? Where's those I? Oh, Saturday Night Star Trek. What is it? And what
is it, boss? Tell us.
So for those new to us, Saturday Night Star Trek is simply back in January, first week in January of 2021. My wonderful first officer and I embarked upon a treacherous, dangerous, out crazy, uh, impossible mission to review all of real Star Trek. Real deal Trek meaning, of course, 1966. It aired 1966 and played on both screens, big and small, from then until 2005. After which, anything with the corporate label of Star Trek has no meaning, is not real Star Trek. It is filth. But for 735 segments of it, for better or worse, that's the legit deal Star Trek that we are going to review. And from that point on, we started, of course, from the beginning, which is the original series, then the animated series, the original crew films, Star Trek The Next Generation, the Next Generation films, Star Trek Deep Space Nine, and now, for the past few weeks, we are now getting actually close to the end, fairly close to the end of season 2 of Star Trek Voyager.
Yeah.
And we review, during the course of the middle of the season, normally we review 4 episodes on Saturday nights, and tonight will be no different. We will review 4 episodes. And what we basically do is, number one, reads a bit about the episode in terms of what it was all about, and then we discuss it a little bit, and she gives show notes on the episode, and then we take we rate it, and then after that we let you, our friends in the audience, in the chat, write about 4 to 5, whatever it is, chats giving your rating and your views and thoughts on the episode. So now you know that. Now we're about ready to get rolling. First, I would say, Hungry Boy, what's up, buddy?
I hope you heard that I talked about you all day at the convention today, HB. All day. I was so proud to have an actual artist. So many people are using AI for their book covers, and it felt pretty incredible to have a conversation with each person who is a diehard science fiction fan who just loves your work. They love your cover, and they love our story as friends. So I hope you'll give that comment a listen. I talked about it a little bit earlier, but I'm just really grateful to you. Thank you for being such a good friend. And thank you for making my book look pretty.
Indeed-ishness. So are we ready to go with our first episode of the evening?
We should, yes.
Or do you want to just tell everybody what? Yeah, we don't really use any kind of source anymore, so we could just start with that.
Well, the thing is that we should say, on this chat and like in this room, this is a mini Star Trek convention every Saturday night. You're not going to see people doing massive dumps from IMDb and Memory Alpha in the chat. I know that's super popular elsewhere, but most of the stuff on IMDb is complete and utter crap. It's not true. They're factoids. They've been told in Star Trek for so long, people think they're facts and they're not. So it's worthless. And ever since the filth people got their hands on Memory Alpha, it's just a cesspool of poopy diapers. And yeah, it's just crap. So you won't see a lot of that here because we like to make sure that the sources are verified. So we use original source materials. So my wonderful friend Maximum Redstone sent me Star Trek Voyager Companion.
Oh, good.
That's a good way to get information on this show that's not just user-generated crap off the internet. And the other one that we vetted, everyone here vetted, was the Star Trek Voyager Celebration. So if you're looking for information on Star Trek Voyager, please turn to vetted sources where things have been confirmed and they're facts, not just things that people are circulating around that aren't true. Another thing that I should say is this is a completely organic show. If you're new around here, Clobby and I don't discuss the reviews beforehand, and you're probably going to be shocked by that because we often sound a lot alike. It's just because he's my Star Trek soulmate. We don't pre-discuss anything, and we do read a little summary off of Wikipedia, but it's because it's good for podcasting. It's poorly written. We don't pre-read it or anything like that, but if it's wrong, we correct it. But you know why we do it? Because it's super important to refresh your memory if you didn't have time to watch the episodes, so that you can feel free to jump into the chat and engage with a whole group as well. So that's why we have the format the way that we do. And Clobby and I hope you enjoy it. And with that,
Absolutely.
boss, I think we can get going now.
All right. Well, our first episode tonight is Dreadnought. Here we
It is.
go.
Dreadnought is season 2, episode 17, production code 134. And they're way out of whack, the production codes on Voyager, FYI. This first aired on February 12th, 1996. And as I said earlier, I'm going to be reading extemporaneously from Wikipedia about the plot. And sometimes it sucks. Saddle up, lock and load, or saddle up, lock and load. B'Elanna's past catches up with her when Voyager encounters a Cardassian missile speeding through space in the Delta Quadrant. Years ago, when she and Chakotay were members of the Maquis fighting the Cardassians, the Maquis got a hold of a Cardassian missile, and on her own initiative, she reprogrammed it to strike Cardassian territory. The weapon, Dreadnought, was launched and never heard from again. It was thought to be destroyed. Voyager chances upon it here on the other side of the galaxy and is headed directly for a populated planet called Rakosa 5. It must be stopped. Millions of lives are at stake. Wow, that's some really, really bad sentence structure. Go and fix that, whomever is taking care of this page. B'Elanna is struck with horror at the thought of her deception wiping out a civilization, and she vows to stop Dreadnought at any cost. What? Okay, so that you can just deposit that sentence into the garbage. B'Elanna feels super guilty because she took a Cardassian weapon and retooled it, and now it's being used against innocent people. That's what that sentence should say.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the disgruntled Maquis, Michael Jonas, betrays Voyager's crew by informing the Kazon of the situation. B'Elanna beams onto Dreadnought's control deck to try and shut it down. This is a tough task, since she has originally armed the missile with a sophisticated battery of countermeasures to make it invincible. The missile's AI accuses B'Elanna of tampering with Dreadnought and working for the Cardassians. Dreadnought then lies to B'Elanna, and she returns to the ship. She realizes she must find a loophole in her own plans in order to persuade the missile that it should stand down from its plan of attack. She engages in a match of wits against herself. Dreadnought was reprogrammed to speak with B'Elanna's voice, reflecting just some of the alterations B'Elanna herself had made to its program to stop the threat before it's too late. Shin kicks for whoever wrote this. Captain Janeway is willing to destroy Voyager to save the millions of people on the planet. Willing to destroy Voyager? No. She is willing to put Voyager into the path of the weapon to save millions on the planet. More shin kicks. And perhaps a trip to the agony booth where we Ron Popeil you and we just set it and forget it.
She's endangering it for sure, but yeah.
Right. At the last minute, B'Elanna cuts through Dreadnought's power core with a phaser, and Voyager beams her out, banking away from the planet as the missile explodes. And that is all the poorly written article on Wikipedia about Dreadnought. That's all it has to say. And I've been at a convention all day, so if I seem a little tired, I am. I'm going to throw it over to the captain. Captain, what did you think of Dreadnought?
I found it to be a fairly entertaining episode. At least I liked it.
Me too.
Again, it's been, I mean, a lot of the things, you sometimes we got these people some slack that it's tough to come up with great ideas and stuff. And this has hints of other things you've seen in other Star Treks for sure. But I thought they handled it pretty well. I actually, I'm not the biggest Torres fan or detractor. She's okay in some episodes. It depends. And I really but I do like the actress, and I think she does a fine job here. It's an interesting little a test between the two of them, her having this little dust up with the computer. Hey, Neurot and Axamander Bear, look at that.
Hey, Neurot!
Her having this little conflict with the computer in her, and Turing machine too.
Hey, Turing, nice to see you.
Good to see you. And so I actually found it to be a fairly entertaining,
Me too.
very Star Trek kind of a show. I mean, again, it was what I want to see in a Star Trek, them solving problems like that. So I actually do like this episode quite a bit.
Me too. I totally agree.
Cool.
Yep.
Notes?
And I don't particularly like the B'Elanna character either. I find her to be quite obnoxious. So this was directed by LeVar Burton and it was written by Gary Holland, and they did a good job. They actually did a good job. Anyway, here are my notes, boss. I love the intercultural discussion about names and how names mean noble things in one language and something vile or vulgar in another. This is seldom seen in the newer Star Trek. These echoes that Gene Roddenberry loved that were academic. So these academic echoes are beautiful, and I really enjoy them. But not anywhere near like TOS. I mean, TOS is discussing Spinoza and even ventures into comparative literature. So it's not on TOS's level, but still, it's nice to see it, right? It's nice to feel it and see it. It's a touch of Gene, and it's so rare. You're like, you notice it immediately. Why would the caretaker bring a weapon, a missile, to the Delta Quadrant and then not use it? Just let it float. So in the script, they say that the caretaker brought the missile to the Delta Quadrant. Okay, why? Because remember, the caretaker isn't just, like some Tasmanian devil, some tornado that's just sucking up cows and washing machines and bringing them to the Delta Quadrant. He was searching for a new DNA to help the Okampa to solve their genetic issues. So that part, I was like, why are you doing this? This is dumb. But I'm not going to blame that on the writers. I'm going to blame that on the people who are supposed to be taking care of the editing and the continuity. And that's really an editor's job.
Right. It's a bit of a stretch. You could have, hey, Joe Dog, by the way.
Hey, Joe Dog. Woo, woo.
In other words, you could have simply taken care of it with a bit of an explanation.
Yeah, they could have said something like, well, I usually wait for Lord Thoth to be here to talk about it because I always mix up the tachyon garble. But even if they said, they picked up tachyon particles on it and maybe it came through a wormhole or something like that, that's way better than saying the caretaker brought a weapon and then didn't use it. The caretaker, like I said, he's not a tornado in Kansas, searching for cows and washing machines. He was looking for DNA. So that's dumb and I don't like it.
Right.
But I'm going to blame the people, not the people who are producing the stories, but rapidly producing the stories, but the people who should be the guardians, the shepherds of these stories and these writers to help them along to make sure there's no continuity errors.
Well, the only DNA he would have found would have been some from B'Elanna.
Yeah, exactly. So, and it would only be trace amounts. Remember, he was looking for whole specimens, right?
Right.
So anyway, there's more talk about open squabbling and even open fist fights with the crew. Gene Roddenberry would not approve of this. In fact, Gene Roddenberry would hate this. So there are some things that I took some marks off of. I expected Chakotay and Janeway would initiate the self-destruct together. This is a Star Trek custom. This is a Star Trek protocol. Of course, it can be put on one person, like Poopy Stew. He can enable something all by himself. Any captain can do that. But the thing is that to initiate that protocol, it should be discussed because the Star Trek custom, the Star Trek protocol and tradition is to, if they initiate self-destruct, that two people are used to initiate that. So, and when it's not two people initiating it, they tell you that it's going to be a single initiation. Another thing that I didn't like about it is Janeway says she's going to overload the warp core. She doesn't say that she's going to initiate self-destruct. She just says, I'm going to overload the warp core. And that's different than self-destruct.
Right.
So these are two different things. And so that once again, there should have been an editorial team to correct the teleplay dialogue. This is wrong. It needed to be corrected. And then Janeway initiates the self-destruct. So she does it without any code. So we're left to assume that she typed it in. It's supposed to be the code with the voice identity. So that's another thing that's very important going back to TOS. Whenever you do something catastrophic to the ship, not only are you doing it where, two people agree that it should go to one person, or two people agree to initiate it together, and they both enter a code, and the computer not only identifies and make sure that the code is correct, but also checks their voice identity and makes sure that they are who they say they are. So, there are some issues here. But once again, a lot of people like to blame the writers on this show. I just want to point out, as a professional, it's not always the writers who are at fault. It's the director, it's the producer, and it's the editor who's supposed to be there. And that from the block text is Jerry Taylor. Jerry Taylor's supposed to be performing that duty here. And Eric said duty. And obviously her duty is duty. So that's all I have to say. Pretty good episode. It could have been a lot better. B'Elanna's not my favorite. Pretty strong story, but there are editorial issues here, not writing issues, editorial issues. And it's very clear that they're editorial issues.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, I guess you could chalk it up to the caretaker just making some kind of mistake, and just kind of, I can buy in the caretaker in this condition making mistakes, but like you said, you need to explain something. If that's going to be your stance as the writing, that you need, because we've talked about this before in other episodes. If you're going to say, if you just go out there and be bold and say, this is why that happened, I would respect more, even if it could be picked apart. I would respect it more if you were a little more clear in your writing when that's the case, to explain something. Because there's always going to be some smarty pants fans that's going to come out and try to poo-poo all over it anyway. But at least if you put it out there, so this is why that happened. If it's a good enough episode, most fans will give you some slack.
Well, I like what you have said for years whenever we talk about this. I love that you have a very smart way of saying, well, if you don't want it to be an arguing point and you don't want people's minds to go there, well, then don't bring it up.
Yes. Leave it alone.
Just don't bring it up. I love that you said that. You said that like 3 years ago, and you say it like 2 or 3 times a year whenever we're talking about Star Trek. And it's just a brilliant thing to say. Like, I don't need to know every detail about the Guardian of Forever. I just know that it is way more advanced technology than we can deal with. We can't even understand it. It'd be like showing a caveman a microwave. So, like, I understand that. You know what I mean? So that's why I love your
exact
where you're like, just don't bring it up.
Right. And since you're not out there trying to insinuate that humans created it, then you have luxury. Go, these were just aliens bazillions of years ahead of us.
Yeah, exactly. Just don't bring it up, or just say I don't know, or say it had a tachyon emissions and you believe it came through the wormhole. But don't assign it to the caretaker, because the caretaker bringing a weapon when the caretaker was actually looking for specimens, whole specimens, from different races, doesn't make sense. I like what Eric put in, or not Eric, what Mark put in. You got a gift from Eric.
Thank you, Eric.
That's our, see, duty is always duty. Eric and I are correct.
Thanks,
duty
buddy.
is always duty. Thank you for that gift, sweetheart. I love you. But I love what Mark said. Whoops, I brought the doomsday machine to the Delta Quadrant. Sorry, my bad. Yeah. The caretaker is basically omnipotent. They're basically like the Q, and we're led to believe that they could even be even more advanced than the Q. So why would they bring Dreadnought from the Alpha to the Delta and then not use it? So it's just, don't do that. Just say it's a wormhole.
Exactly. It's a wormhole. So what's your rating of Dreadnought?
When I think it's good and I'm enjoying it, I'm actually a little bit harder on it, because then it starts to measure up to Star Trek. It stops being this weird sort of science fantasy show that's kind of adjacent to TOS but isn't TOS. So I actually start to judge it harder, give it a more difficult grade.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I'm so inarticulate, everyone. I've been up for many hours.
Don't worry about it.
So I gave it a B-, because I thought
Okay.
it was weird that you said when you were starting your review that it felt like Star Trek. I just want to say that for me, this also felt like Star Trek. It felt like a B minus Star Trek. Really quality, good, true to form Star Trek episode, but it just had some editorial issues. So B minus, boss.
Well, there you go. I'm giving it a B plus, and to me, that's what I call a solid range Star Trek. Well, A's are for A's, and especially beyond A's are for special occasions. But if you're getting anywhere close to a C plus or a B minus or a B for me, that means you still made a pretty entertaining episode that's solid for the most part. And a good and with a lot of these episodes. The reason why they're so hit and miss sometimes because you have all these schizoid stories that try to go all over the place. If this story for the most part seemed to have a single-minded episode story to and that always goes a long way with me. And if you could be entertaining and have a Star Trek type of a problem, and again, yes, invoke some of that Star Trek feel, I'll give it a pass a little bit, but I give it a B plus.
I'm right there with you, boss. I'm right there with you, and I totally agree.
Solid, good entertainment.
Yeah, I think so too. And Star Trek for a change.
Yeah, it actually, being what you should be.
Yeah, no techno babble, no dating, no kissy, smoochy, smoochy. I'm yearning. My pants are burning for someone. No, just Star Trek.
And some pretty good banter, some clever banter back and forth between B'Elanna and the Dreadnought, which I enjoyed.
I enjoyed that as well.
She can be really good when she's well written for. I mean, she's a good actress.
Yeah, she is, and not only is she a good actress, but she's beautiful. Good
director too.
Yeah, and there's so much to work with there. But this time she was they wrote for her in so much better than they usually do. But then there were some editorial issues. So
yep, yeah. Still solid stuff. So everyone, now, if you would, my friends in the chat, please come forth with any ratings and any words you may have about the episode Dreadnought. And while number one is taking care of those, storing those up for me, I'll bring us some Max Redstone entertainment. Limericks by our Limerick Master, our music meister, Max Redstone, everybody. So here we go. Dreadnought by Max Redstone. B'Elanna's friend the missile, it's the worst. The tricks of Miss Torres, it's well versed. Its intent is to kill, yet it is so miserable. Oh. Now everyone wants to self-destruct first. I like it, but I'll do it again faster for you because I was tripping around.
Before you do, boss, I have to interject before the chat gets away on me. Guess who just walked through the door?
Ooh.
Herc 130 is here. Hooby dooby. Open the tequila.
Herc.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you, Herc.
Sorry to interrupt, boss. Go ahead.
No. Oh, did Doc Fortune pop in too? I think Doc Fortune's here.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I can't see.
Doc Fortune, hey.
I'm now hitting all the stars on all of the comments.
That's all right.
Fortune, I'm so sorry that I missed you.
That's all right. What's up, Doc? All right.
What's up, Doc?
I'll do that one more time just so we can clear it up. B'Elanna's friend the missile, it's the worst. The tricks of Mrs. Torres, it's well versed. It's the worst. In the tricks of Mrs. Torres, it's well versed. Its intent is to kill, yet it is so miserable. Now, anyone who wants to everyone wants to self-destruct first. Sorry about that, Max. I was being clumsy, but we got it. And it was very good. Thank you, buddy. Nice stuff. All right, let's see what we have already stored up in here. Naradax Amanda Bear jumped the gun, Naradi, but that's okay. We're glad to see you back.
Oh, the chat's doing dumb stuff again.
Oops.
It's bouncing all over the place. If it puts stuff up on the marquee, I'm sorry, boss. It's doing that weird dump and disappear. I'm going to go silent as I fix it up.
No problem. Gotcha. Max, okay, Narax, I saw you were kidding. Okay. F. Sorry, what are we talking about? Not good one. All right. Thank you, Narat. Eric K says B. I like this one besides a few things. Why didn't B'Elanna bring tools to disable it the first time. Yeah, I kind of wondered that. Why didn't B'Elanna bring tools to disable the second time? Bring a plasma cutter, a bomb. Yeah. Anything, right? Why was the Dreadnought not programmed by the caretaker to destroy the Kazon if he brought it for a reason? Hey,
See, this is the thing. When you're writing for somebody like Eric Kay, he's a science fiction fan. That's the first place your mind is gonna go. It's the first place a science fiction fan's mind goes. It's like, oh, what motivated the caretaker to do that? They just should have made it a wormhole. Make up some sort of tacky on technobabble and make it a wormhole.
Well, there you go.
Love the comment, Eric. Thank you, sweetheart.
Why does every planet trust the Kazon? Besides that, I liked it. Thank you, Eric.
That's a good comment too, isn't it, boss?
Yeah.
Why does everyone love the Kazon if the Kazon are so bad?
You got me.
Oh, JT. Sean Carter just walked through the door, boss. He says, sorry, I'm late, y'all. You're not late, Sean.
Good to see you, buddy. Sean Carter. All right. Okay, let's see here. JT Kirk says B+. Fairly good entertainment value. I have to wonder why the Kardashians can make automated doomsday devices far stronger than their Galor class starships. Why make a manned fleet at all? Well, there you go.
Yeah, see, this is it. Like another science fiction fan asking science questions.
Here you go. Shooter says, where am I? Oh, it drops it. There we go. It says,
nope, sorry, that's the chat acting up. I knew it was going to do that. It's doing that weird dumping thing again.
Sorry. All right. Shooter says, A-. This one holds up very well with the current development of AI and unmanned weapon systems. The idea an AI-controlled weapon will ignore a cancellation or recall is a real dilemma. Yes, it is. Yeah. And again, this is another thing that's very Star Trek about it. It's addressing something of serious questions about technology and how we deal with it and how we fight with it. Okay. Even the B'Elanna focus of the story, regret at launching the weapon, isn't offensive and enjoyable.
Mm-hmm.
It is a cheap use of an existing actor to do a voice role double Torres trouble. Oh yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Imagine if it would have been Garrick. Imagine if they would have asked Andy to do it. That would have been so funny when you're thinking about when he was still active in the Obsidian Order.
Because you have better ideas than they do. Who arms a missile with a defensive system? Defensive systems. Seems like a waste of resources for something that's just going to blow up. Bonus points for no Neelix and very little guess. Oh yeah, I forgot about the bonus. I should have added an extra. I almost bump it to an A for that. Wow.
Boss man, you should know that Malachi D. Wildman just walked through the door. Everyone, say good evening to Malachi.
Malachi D. Wildman, welcome. I hope you are doing well. Thank you. Welcome to Clobbering Times, Saturday Night Star Trek. Let's see here. Our wonderful communications officer, anti-derivative Jill, says, A. No matter the era of Star Trek, one of my favorite storylines will include talking to artificial intelligence and to the death, if needed, to save others. Okay. Oh, I got you. Yep. I found it exponentially clever that only B'Elanna was trusted by this military device, which was a convincing reason why Janeway couldn't just beam torpedoes on the thing. Good fun. I'm just taken with the menacing performance of B'Elanna as the self-aware computer, in contrast with the chief engineer who uses logic puzzles and the old Cardassian code against her creation. Thank you, Jill.
Hey, Jill, as another person who loves TOS like Clobby and I do, when I first watched this, I was thinking, are they going to allow Balana to Kirk talk the computer until it starts smoking. And it doesn't quite work that way. She has to resort to a plasma weapon. Anyway, thought that would give you a smile.
Simply Steve says C+. C+ rating. Alt title. Baloney Scott. Baloney Scott. Wow. NNN app. A Habway.
No Neelix needed episode.
Oh,
God, I
no
love
Neelix.
you, Steve.
No Neelix. He's never needed, but you can say NN. You don't have to need the extra N because he's never needed. App. A Habway sets a different self-destruct sequence. Baloney pulls Mr. Scott to save a planet from a Kardashian weapon, caretaker, wormhole, wrangler. Now, wow, I don't even know what to do with all that, buddy.
Boss man, Keely Chow just walked through the door. Hey man, how's it going?
Keely Chow. I've been so busy, Dan. I didn't even get to see if you guys rolled tonight. I hope you did. Or do I? Just kidding. I hope you did, buddy. All right, buddy. Keely Chow. Good to see you, brother. Bubba Doom says C-. It's okay. I'd give it a higher score, but I just watched it last week and I can't remember much of it.
Oh.
Isn't this episode where Neelix cuts her off of coffee? He'd get cut.
No,
I don't think he's in this one, right? Am I wrong?
No, he's not, but he is correct. It is a very close by episode, and Chicken Man does cut her off of coffee. But that's the last.
But a different episode.
That was the last Balana episode last week, I think it was. Good memory, Bubba Doom.
Bubba Doom. Admiral Tate says, "This is an A for Voyager. It was fun. It's Trek-like and entertaining. It's just not TOS TNG, but at least it's not DS9. They're more fun than they can ever be. Serious concepts, a little lacking.
Mm-hmm.
That's number. I'll get your other
boss
one
man. Keely wants you to know that Alabama survived against South Florida. It
South
was
Carolina?
a messy game, he said.
Yeah, you were losing last time I was seeing that game. Wow, you came back, huh? I think so. Maybe I'm thinking of a different game. Anyway. Well, good. There you go, Keely. You got a mess going on right there now in the big BB. In the big Bama. No Neelix is why I gave it an A and not an A+. I'm sorry. I like Neelix. Oh, Admiral Teak. I knew there were Admiral. I've always said there were people who like Neelix.
There are people who like the Chicken Man.
Number. I don't think Chief Engineers wrote a review. He hates the episode apparently.
Well, we also gave him so much work behind the scenes, and he's toiling away converting all of these photographs for us and getting everything ready. So
I know,
he might not have had time, and for that, I'm truly sorry. Our wonderful friend Marky with the C, who is working tirelessly behind the scenes. Oh no, here comes boss. Here comes.
No.
Oh, and I have some others here too. Wait, one second.
Okay. Larry said B. Talking with the bomb in Dark Star. Oh my God. You know what? I did think of Dark Star. Dark Star is a classic. If you haven't seen Dark Star, folks, and you're a science fiction fan, the independent movie made by, was it Dan O'Bannon and John Carpenter, others, a lot of people worked on Alien, did a college project movie that got made into a movie called Dark Star from 1974, as Larry mentioned. I'm glad you mentioned that because I forgot all about it. This is the same damn plot.
Larry, would you please send that to me? And boss man, my captain, Katie just walked through the door and she has a review and it's in your folder.
Katie, good to see you, my dear. Hope you're doing well. But yes, this plot of this one did remind me of Dark Star. Wow. But I didn't think about it until you mentioned it. I was going to talk about it. I don't write notes. That's my problem. I'm for the first time on Saturday Night Star Trek, I think we've had Dark Star mentioned, so that's cool. Thanks, Larry. Larry, you're the man for that. Empress and M says B+. This is as good as Voyager gets from me. I love the parable of making a computer that can outsmart its creator. She makes for a great computer voice as well. Well, thank you, Empress.
Boss man, you have received yet another gift from the very generous, sweet man we call Eric K.
Eric K, thanks, buddy. Just who wants Dutch apple pie and vanilla ice cream? I do. Me, right here,
Like right now.
right now. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. What
I
is
had a
wrong with
half
you,
a
Eric K?
sandwich today. A half a sandwich and a coffee. That's what
Yeah,
I've had to
man.
eat
Good
today.
Lord. Why you be so mean there? Katie. Oh, that's Death Wish. So that's not I'll leave that in here, but that's not the episode we're reviewing at the moment, Katie. There's Dreadnought. Okay. I didn't see that one. Katie says Dreadnought, solid B, good Balana app. She had a lot of growth over the upcoming season, so it is always neat to see how they start. Weaves in the Cardassian Maquis well, even though its time is up. Yeah, I never thought I'd see the day where I gave an episode a higher rating than Katie. Wow. I love it. Thank you, Katie. Oops, wrong one. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. All right. Parker says, this episode of Voyager reminds me of Starfleet Unbeatable Test of sorts. I don't know what that is. But thank you, sir. B- he gives it. His partner. Must be a game or something, Parker, or what? Malachi D. Wildman says, hello, chat. With all of the feedback on this episode, I did not care for the title. The alternate title, Cardassian Death Missile, is a much better title and brand name. Okay. I got you. Was that the alternative title, or was he just kidding? No, safe.
And Bubba Doom has sent you a gift, boss.
Oh, thank you, Bubba. Appreciate that, buddy. Says, I want apple pie and ice cream. Well, so do I. Damn it, Eric.
And everyone, please welcome Princess Fiona to the chat. And, you could send her a curtsy.
Fiona, what is up? How you doing with your bad self? All righty. Where were we? Fancy Outsider, he says, Balana got herself a pet doomsday machine, but like a poor marksman, she keeps missing the target. Here's a protocol she should have thought of. Bioscan to determine if the target planet is, get to the next one, or has Kardashian. I love it when they put Kardashian. This tickles me. Kardashian life signs. It's just common sense. If you send a weapon to get the enemy, make sure you hit the correct target. Also, it would have made a nice gift for the discount Klingons. Yes. Wait a minute. When you say discount Klingons, do you mean, I don't know where Mark put them. Oh, there we go. You mean the K-Mark Klingons?
This is such a good Photoshop job, and it is so creative and so beautiful. I'm going to keep this. I might do a little video with it. Gwag did this, you guys. Gwag did this beautiful work, and it is awesome sauce. This is cherry, baby.
Courtesy of the great Gwagnar, folks.
So good, so good.
Oh dear. Thank you, Gwag. That's fantastic. Oh, sheet. Here we go. Where were we? Oh. Joseph Dredd says, but fails. Balana. That's his number 2 one. Actually, it's number 1 one's. Okay, they're different places. That makes it weird. C plus says Joseph Dredd reminds me of War Games, Dark Star, TOS, Two-Dimension Machine, TOS, Changeling, Super Genius. Balana didn't program the backdoor kill switch factory reset. Balana tries to Kirk paradox. True stuff. All true, Joe. But fails. Balana designs a self-sufficient torpedo, but the Voyager needs to stop at a space Exxon every other week. Thank you, Joseph Dredd. The judge spoke. The judge speaks even. Thank you, Katie, for putting your reviews in there. We'll read all of yours as the episodes transpire. But now for the final review of this episode this evening. The chief engineer, the great Mach D with a C, says A-. Really enjoyed the Doomsday Machine meets the Delta Quadrant. Logical questions aside, and why the caretaker allowed the missile to roam free, on why the caretaker allowed the missile to roam free. Like the AI aspect of the show, let's see here. This is something we will have to face sooner rather than later. An intelligent machine designed to kill. I thought the missile was too invincible, but it was necessary for the story. Yeah, fair enough. Fair to tackle. Why didn't Hal just vent all the air out? If B'Elanna can make the missile so powerful, why can't she do the same upgrades for Voyager? You're the engineer. You have to ask yourself.
Sorry, boss. Just so that you know, I'm currently looking for Lisa's reviews. For some reason, I actually can't see them. But remember, at the beginning of the show, there were 2 mass dumps in the chat, and then the whole chat disappeared. So
Really?
I don't know what's going on. I'm going to go and I'm going to scroll back the whole chat and try and find Lisa. So just so you know, that's why I'm quiet. Okay.
Okay, if anyone had that happen and you hadn't had yours read yet, please, if you can, put it back in. And Mark finishes saying, P.S. Kurt would have had the AI self-destructing within 5 minutes. Yep. You are the evil. The evil must be destroyed. Execute your prime function.
Yeah, this is weird. Lisa's not here. Obviously, I'm going to star Lisa immediately, and Lisa's not here. I wonder, why would they vaporize her thing, her reviews?
Never give any kind of reasons for that sort of thing. Fiona
That's
says,
weird.
Let's see, Fiona is C+. Even though it didn't make a lot of sense from a technical standpoint, the episode wasn't that hard to sit through. They didn't have a sufficient explanation of how the missile got so far. That's part 1 of hers.
I was just looking for Lisa. I can't. Lisa's gone. Like, I don't see a single thing from Lisa. How is that even possible?
I don't know. Katie, thank you. So left my reviews for all the episodes. Lots to read. Well, thank you, Katie.
This is weird.
Thank you for the super chat, Katie. You're too kind.
Lisa's not here at all, boss. This is actually kind of scary. I actually can't see her on this side of StreamYard after Eric's gift. Go all the way back to Eric's gift, which is when it began. She's not even there.
Wow.
At all.
In the chat, you mean?
Yeah. All I see is "Hey Katie" or "Hello Katie," and that's it. And then her saying like, "Raquel, my stuff."
But she's in there. You're finding her. You're just not finding any of her chats?
Yeah.
Could she be getting blocked or banned or something by accident?
I don't know. But I need the wrenches to step in because something funky's going on.
Anybody with a wrench, if you please could help us with that, I really would appreciate it. While you're all doing that, I will
Weird.
Thank you again, Katie, for the super chat. I will finish with Fiona's right here first.
Yeah, Jill can see Lisa, but Jill also cannot see Lisa's reviews.
Wow.
Weird.
Oh, weird indeed. I don't know. Fiona continues, if I was Janeway, I would have tracked back. This says 2 of 2, by the way. I just want to point that out. I would have tracked back to Missile Pass to find out how it got all the way to the quadrant, maybe find a wormhole or something. The solution ended up being something they could have started with. And as I mentioned, the technological inconsistencies didn't bother me as much as maybe they should have. This was not a painful episode to sit through, hence my grade. Look, a lot of us are giving it a higher grade because it was pretty entertaining. I thought, Fiona, I thought it was pretty good. I gave it a B+. So, let's see. All right. we'll get yours, Lisa, if it's possible. Unless you want to put it back in there.
Turing, you are not allowed to make comments like that because the first thing I think of is, oh, they're forming.
What happened?
Nothing. Turing's just making Star Trek jokes.
Hmm.
Gwag says, thanks, everyone. Sorry,
Oh,
jumping in and out of the live stream tonight, so might not catch everything going on. Gwag, we love you. That's okay, sweetheart.
No problem,
I just
buddy.
want to say thank you for the beautiful visuals. I'm going to make sure that all of them are shown tonight. Your work is beautiful, and we're going to use that. Those things are going to get used, buddy.
Yes.
Thank you for taking the time and for using your expertise and your software to make something so cool. Really appreciate it, sweetheart.
Indeedishness.
I knew something was going to happen because remember I told you it always happens the same way. You get 2 huge dumps, so there's nothing in the chat, then 2 big dumpasauruses, and then the whole thing goes blank.
Yeah. Dang. Dangy dang.
Yeah, Bubba Doom can't see her rating either.
Well,
weird.
Mm-hmm.
Princess Fiona checked. She's not in a timeout.
Yeah, not in a timeout. So, Lisa,
I'm so sorry, sweetheart.
Sorry,
I have no
Lisa.
idea what's going on.
Whenever you want to, if you can.
Right, that 70s. Seriously, Calgary. No dumps in the chat, StreamYards. Quit dumping in the chat, StreamYards.
What? What does that mean?
Just everybody's talking about the dumps.
Lisa, if I hate to do it to you, but if you want to put it back in there, we'll be glad to read it for you, and we'll wait for you if you want.
Crazy.
Is she going to put one back in? You still there, Lisa, or if she's backwards in time from us?
Is she time traveling, or did she log out and log back in to find out what was going on? Poor Lisa.
Sorry, Lisa. Dang. Oh, you're here. Okay.
She's still here.
Feel free to to go ahead and put it again. I hate to make you do that. It's almost as if as soon as you write one, you should copy it just in case. But problem is people write more than one, so you do it. What do you think? Should we wait? I mean,
I don't know. Oh, look at this.
What?
Lisa says, I'm here. And then Eric says, Lisa, are you writing a new one? And Lisa says, Eric, I did.
And it still didn't come in?
Yeah.
Lisa, you're friends with me on Twitter. Why don't you send it to my
Oh.
Damn.
Sorry, I went chimpanzee on you there. Look.
Okay. C, recap of the original post. Balana should not have survived. Is that all you wanted to write, or?
Mm-hmm.
If you want to send me something in a DM, I'll be glad to read it. Unless it's all you wanted to say, Lisa, of course.
Crazy. And Parker Luck wanted to clarify that what he meant by the test is that is unbeatable as Kobayashi Maru. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Cool. Thank you, Parker.
Sorry, Parker, I wasn't even paying attention momentarily because I was trying to figure out what was going on with Lisa. That's so weird that they just vaporized her replies. Not good. Hey, look, don't say sorry. This happens all the time. I don't know why, but it just does. Sometimes it's the algorithm deleting things because it doesn't like certain words that you've used. Like I've even heard of innocuous ones like boobies. Somebody put boobies and that happened. So it's not your fault, sweetheart. Sometimes it's just completely nonsensical, but you have nothing to apologize for. Thank you for joining us every week and for putting yourself out there and joining in the conversation and putting the work in. We love you, sweetheart. It's not your fault. You don't have to say sorry.
Anonymous. How you doing?
Hey, Anonymous. Yeah, right, Lisa? What if you said boobies? Just say boobies. I'm kidding.
Nana says just testing. Well, I hope the testing works out for you. Okay, so let's go. Are we ready for our next episode? Let's go.
Yes, let's do it, boss.
All right, folks. Our next episode is Death Wish.
Mm-hmm.
starring Charles Bronson.
Death Wish is season 2, episode 18. This is production code 130. Wow. Look at how out of whack these production codes are. And this was first aired on February 19th, 1996.
Thanks, Eric. By the way, I want to thank him for you got that.
Did you say chesticles? Why does one of your boobies is good, but your left boobie, like if it were a woman, but actually technically the right boobie, because that's the way you wrote it, why does it sort of point in? Is that a wall-eyed boobie? Eric, did you draw wall-eyed boobies? I think that's a comma instead of a terminal mark. What have you done to your boobies, Eric? Eric's messed up his boobies, everyone. Okay, I'm going to be reading extemporaneously from Wikipedia, and oh my lord. Oh my gosh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 very long paragraphs, and they're all, I guarantee they're all gonna suck.
Yeah,
so I'm gonna get through it really quickly. All right, folks?
Go for
Remember, I've been at a con, and I've been at a con all day. Let's do this. Voyager comes across a comet inside which there is a single living being. It turns out to be a member of the Q Continuum, later designated as Quinn. Quinn thanks the Voyager crew for freeing him from his imprisonment. Then he tries to self-delete. He is unsuccessful, see omnipotence paradox, and causes all of the males on Voyager to vanish instead. Q himself appears and accuses Quinn of sending humans to the Delta Quadrant where they did not belong yet, then realize all the men are missing and returns them. Quinn requests Federation asylum from Janeway when the Q wants to reimpose the Q Continuum's sentence of imprisonment. I want to agony booth this person. Q laughs at the request for asylum, the two Q even going as far as extreme hide-and-seek chase. But Janeway decides to hold a hearing on Quinn's request. Wow. Q reluctantly agrees to make Quinn human if he is granted asylum. He attempts to bribe Janeway throughout the episode, claiming that if she rules against Quinn, she'll send Voyager home. It is also hinted that he is infatuated with her. During the hearing, no, he's not infatuated with her. He's just flirting with her. Like, who wrote this? And why did you need 5 paragraphs? This is like a weekly essay in a first-year university class. During the hearing, Q summons witnesses to testify against Quinn's self-deletion. Another Q defends the justice system of the continuum. Sir Isaac Newton claimed that he was sitting beside Quinn when the apple struck his head. After Quinn stood up to leave, he jostled the tree, causing the apple to fall. Another witness, Maury Ginsburg, claims that if Quinn had not offered a ride in his Jeep, he would have never have made it to Woodstock and got the sound system working and met his future wife. Finally, William Riker of the USS Enterprise denies any claim to have known Quinn at all until Q shows Riker that Quinn had helped his family in the past as a soldier in the American Civil War. Quinn carried a wounded Union soldier, Colonel Thaddeus Riker, back from the front lines, ultimately ensuring Will Riker's existence in the future. Quinn's argument involves a representation of the Q Continuum, which appears as a road stretching around the entire planet with one rest stop, a country gas station and store. Sounds a lot like The Caretaker. And bored a Q stands around. Quinn describes immortality as dull, explaining that it is only possible to experience the universe so many times before it gets boring. Q tries to dismiss it and makes a poor attempt to show that the other members of the continuum are happy, but Quinn sees through it and confesses to Q's surprise that it was Q's earlier unrestrained behavior in an attempt to make his life fun, which led to the events Deja Q that was the motivation for his own actions. I'm going to swear. He makes an impassioned speech comparing his eternal boredom to suffering from a terminal biological disease for which self-deletion is the only humane release. And that being forced to live for eternity against his will cheapen and denigrate his life, and indeed all life. Janeway is clearly moved by this and agrees to grant asylum. Keeping his part of the bargain begrudgingly, Q makes him human. At this point, Quinn chooses a name. While trying to decide where to assign Quinn so that he will not use his knowledge to evolve humanity overnight, oh my God, Janeway and Chakotay receive a message from the doctor that Quinn is dying after ingesting a rare poison. Yeah, they choose hemlock. Socrates much? Plato much? After they realized that the doctor did not keep any of the poison on hand and that the computer would not replicate it due to its harmful nature, which I don't believe. Why would the computer do that? In Gene Roddenberry's universe, no one would desire that, and if they would get help anyway, so there would be no rule on the computer on that. Q then appears and admits that he was the one who gave Quinn the poison. He's taking up Quinn's rebellion against the state order of the Q by remanding to end his life. He taught me a little something about my own. He was right when he said the continuum scared me back in line. I didn't have the courage or his convictions. He called me irrepressible. This was a man who was truly irrepressible. He wasn't a man, he was a Q. I can only hope I make a worthy student. Look, whoever wrote this, you need to stop writing. Either take a class or just stop writing. Just don't write anymore. To the agony booth. Off you go. Your agonizer, please. Just stop writing. If you write like that, read it back to yourself. Or just read it back to yourself. It sucks. Anyways, boss, tell me, what did you think of Death Wish?
I'm kind of all over the place. I mean, there's a lot of things that a lot of things in this episode are thoroughly entertaining for me. I really like. I'm a Q fan. I love Q. I think he's terrific in the episode. I really like Garrett. I think the actor. I always forget the actor's name, but I always like that actor. He's great in a lot of stuff. Garrett Graham, I think maybe. Garrett. Oh, someone will know the name. But I always like that actor. Some of the stuff aggravating. Like, look, who gives a crap about Woodstock? There would be no loss to the world, except there'd be a lot. There'd be, in fact, except there'd be a lot more baths taken if those. Never mind. I'm not going to be mean.
Boss man, it is Garrett Graham.
Garrett Graham.
Yeah.
And I really can't. I have a lot of problems with what's his face, Ginsburg, but I won't go there. But the politics of this show is well known. That's fine. They can do that kind of stuff if they want. Woodstock, come on. What great loss would that be? Or something the idiots who went to the thing, they get to tell people, I went to Woodstock videos. Just so what? Shut up. That kind of annoyed me. It was cool seeing the Riker cameo. That was nice, little Star Trek, inbreeding, I guess. Scott Knudsen. How you doing?
Hello. It's so good to see you. And what a generous gift you sent the boss.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. But I really didn't really get all that into it. Again, I liked all the Q stuff, but the overlying obsession with this euthanasia message that they were putting upon us, the weird scene at the continuum that, like you're talking about, looks sort of like the caretaker stuff. I found, again, on the strength of the entertaining Q stuff with the two Qs and stuff, I found it to be an entertaining episode, but there are a lot of things I don't like in it.
Yeah.
So notes.
Did you want to take Scott's gift first and read Scott's
Oh yeah,
gift?
I'm sorry. I already forgot. That's my.
That's okay, boss. That's okay.
Thank you so much, Scott. You're very kind. He says, "Hey all, been a while, but I've been busier. Busier than McCoy after Khan hit the Enterprise. Oh my goodness. Anyway, I've been here 5 minutes, and I already remember why I never watched Voyager all the way through." Well, thank you so much. We watch it so you don't have to.
That's right. And thank you for that generous gift. And thank you so much for being here, Scott. We always enjoy your messages, your notes. Really fantastic. Thank you, sir.
Garrett Graham was also, and thanks, Classic. He was also in one of my favorite movies, Used Cars. And he was in a DS9 episode, the Tosk one, whatever that was. So, yeah, great actor. Yeah, it was very Wes Anderson's Continuum. Exactly, Mark. But you know what? Who cares? Like, there's some kind of great loss to human history. A bunch of hippies getting, we don't,
Yeah.
you're not taking baths. I mean, big deal. So,
I think that what they were aiming
the
for
Ginsburg
is
thing.
that to try and express that the Q have been imparting their or having an effect on humanity in big ways and small ways, and that even the most seemingly mundane um, incident can change history. And so I think that's what they're trying to do. But I mean, it was an epic fail. Okay, folks, here are
Yep.
my notes that the boss asked for. Here they are, Captain. Janeway calls a red alert, but there is no red alert anywhere on the ship. And there is no red alert in the captain's dining room. Quinn should know that Ocampa lived for 21 years, not 9. So Quinn looks at her and says, "You only lived 9 years." And we
I thought it was
already
9. You mean it's not 9?
no, it's 21.
Oh.
Remember, it's revealed that the maximum is 21.
Oh, and that the Ocampa that they meet at the other station. Yeah. Okay.
Mhm, yeah, and that there are many Ocampa that live off of the
Oh, yeah, that's
caretakers'
true. Yeah.
little biodome or whatever, or underground subterranean experience that they live. What I believe it said in the episode, 14 to 17 years.
Okay.
But that specific mind control guy, I think he said his father or his mentor lived 21 years. So once
Gotcha.
again, editors, where are you? And here we have the right to die. And then we tie in capital punishment. And so we have this conversation about the right to die, and we also have this conversation about capital punishment. None of it is taken seriously, of course, because it's they use Q to do it. And then we tie in mental disabilities. So they offer up, do you hospitalize people who want to self-delete, or do you assist them in the right to die? How awful to handle it in this way, just a coward's way out. It's cheap, it's ineffective, it's preachy. I don't like it. I do love when Q says to Kathy, "Your captain honor," because she says, "Don't call me Madam Captain."
Yeah.
Why
There's a
does
lot
it?
of funny stuff in it. Yeah.
Yeah, like when somebody gives you an honorific, they don't mean it in a bad way. Stop correcting people if they give you an honorific. If somebody says to you Miss or Mrs. or Madam or Sir, they're doing it out of respect. They're trying to show you kindness. But anyway, so I thought it was funny that he said Madam Captain. She's like, "Don't call me Madam Captain." So after he's like, "Your captain honor." So good. Anyways, it's very snarky. I love it. Riker had been brought from the past and is wearing an older uniform. So how and why does he know about Janeway's appointment? You see, she was assigned a Voyager right before they left they left and landed in the Delta Quadrant, right? A Voyager was launched officially in 2371. And so let's stretch this out. So let's give them the maximum benefit of the doubt. All Good Things represents the last of the TNG, basically the TNG uniforms, right? Because they switch over in the films. Anyways, we're looking at around 2370. So, and this is being really, really generous. If you're going poking around and finding out how long that uniform was happening for. So they saved money on Jonathan's uniform at the expense of continuity. So once again, you can blame the writers, but and lots of laypersons blame the writers on this show. But it's very important that people realize it was also the producers, Michael Piller and Jerry Taylor, and these people in Brandon Braga, who are supposed to be the caretakers of this show. They're supposed to be helping these writers as they churn out as much content and as quickly as possible. So, they should get some backing. I definitely didn't like this idea that that Janeway forwards. Immortality isn't forced on the Q, as Kathy says. So and now you have to sort of understand that part of what I do in the academic environment involves a great deal of philosophy. So this is going to sound like nothing, but really listen to what I'm saying here. Immortality isn't forced on the Q. And Catherine Janeway actually says that it's forced on the Q, and that is not the case. Immortality is the natural state of the Q. So what she does actually is she breaches the Prime Directive. Nobody, it's as though the writers were treating being a Q like being a vampire, where somebody comes along and bites you, and now all of a sudden they've forced immortality on you. That's not what happens at all. We know that the Q, the natural state of the Q, is omnipotence. They are omnipotent beings. So she's actually in breach of a Prime Directive. So someone should have gone in and fixed that dialogue, because it's just BS. It's just BS. The details, the devil is in the details, and it's very important to look at the details. You can't just ignore the details. Look at the details, because science fiction people care about the details. And so do people who read and watch more than passively. And that's all I have in my notes.
Well, there you go. What rating do you give Death Wish?
I gave this episode a C-. There were times when I wanted to actually give it an F, and I didn't, because I really liked the performances. And I mean, let's face it, I love any interactions with Q. I think they're super funny, but I did not like the fact that we got into the right to die, and at first we treat them like they're vampires, and then we start treating it like it's a mental disability. And they're open about that, so that was quite weird. And then I didn't like that we switched it to capital punishment, and I also did not like that someone was not that didn't have a high enough aptitude to be discussing the philosophical issues that they had forwarded, insofar as this Kathy saying that immortality has been forced on Quinn, when immortality is the natural state of the Q. So C-. But it could have, if the acting, I mean, it could have easily gotten an F from me. If I were to review it again, maybe, and be in a bad mood, I might give it an F and just not even look at how good the acting is. So good acting, but there's some crap here. And some of it's really inappropriate, and some of it's offensive. Because those are serious issues that require serious discussion, not joking around and using the mechanism of vampire to explain it all away. I don't like it. It's not very classy.
Agreed. Well, I have it as a C, mainly because of the entertaining elements of the episode that make it at least enjoyable to watch. All the stuff with Q and interaction with Q and Janeway and Q and the other both Qs, So that stuff's pretty cool. But excuse me, but no, I can't go much farther than that. So, all right, my friends, would you please now give us your ratings of Death Wish and any words you may have about it? While number one is fetching those, I shall grab us some Max Redstone Entertainment. Let's see here. All right, Death Wish by Max Redstone, our master of limericks, our music master. And here we go. He says, a sad Q with a passion to die. Our old friend Q will not stand by. He brings Newton and Will Riker and a Woodstock hitchhiker. Defeated, Q gives Q a poison supply. Wow, nice. Nice, Max. Well done, pizza. All righty, what do we have here? We have our dear friend Katie says, Death Wish, a D. Not a fan of this episode, is Katie. See? There you go. She says, personally, I'm not a fan of pro-euthanasia episodes or storylines. However, that is my politics and beliefs being infused into the episode. Glad Q came back later in a better episode. All right, Katie, thank you so much.
Yeah, and Katie, I wouldn't necessarily say that would be political. and that I agree with you. But I think everyone politicizes far too many things these days. It's okay to take a stand on something and it not be partisan or automatically political. These are some pretty weighty, very, very serious issues that are treated almost like a joke in this episode. So I can see how you would have that impression. And Bossman, I just wanted you to know that Maria with T and Telly has joined us in the chat. Everyone say hello to Maria.
Maria, lovely lady. Good to see you. Thank you so much for popping in. I'm honored to see you there, and I hope you are doing well. Hope you're having a wonderful Saturday night. Let's see here. Good to see you. Let's see where I'm losing stuff.
Don't lose anything, and if you do, tell me right away, and I'll go get it for you.
It wasn't anything. But oh, there you go. No, forgot where I was. I lost my place. All right. All right. Parker Luck says, wasn't this also the only time we see a particular part of the Q continuum in the Next Generation timeline? Was nice to see Will Riker in this one. My grade a C+. Thank you, Parker. Yeah. Scott Knudsen says the problem with the TNG era and Voyager in particular is that they assume human nature will suddenly change after 12,000 years of not doing so. Well, I mean, I can understand where you might disagree with their philosophy on that, Scott, but that is the way the creator of Star Trek wanted it. So, I mean, it's there are plenty of shows that do have the dystopian stuff and the episodes that deal with humankind not being so nice. But Star Trek is supposed to be about what if. It's what if we do, get to a better point? What if we are in 400 years, at this stage? So sure, I mean, it may not be everybody's cup of tea, but I don't consider, for me, that's not a problem because that's what Star Trek is meant by its creator to be. So again, not everyone needs to be on board with that, but that's what it is. That's kind of Star Trek in its core.
But that's what you have to expect when somebody writes you hopeful futurism, and they think about edification, and they think about mankind moving forward and constantly improving, moving past their petty dispositions and their petty grudges, and edifying themselves and moving forward together in a loving and kind and hopeful way. I mean, that is the essence of Star Trek. So
yes, indeed.
Yeah. And for Gene, I think this episode wouldn't have been done this way, because first of all, it's too on the nose, and it's turned into a joke. And it's not a joke. This isn't a vampire that would like to finally die. That's not what's happening here. And of course, involving persons with disabilities and then capital punishment. My goodness. And basically saying, well, I think it actually says in the script, you're a hypocrite. So there's some stuff going on here, and I think it needs to be handled in a far more mature way than just the big jokey joke.
Deediousness. Eric K says B. I like Q episodes. I cannot help it. A few problems. Bangway once again is screwing with another culture, race, whatever. How does Q write that paper that Q was rebelling? If Q was in the comment, I don't know. How does Q get inspired by Q if he was in prison? I want my Q powers. I do not know, buddy, but thank you for that.
If you did have Q powers, would you make Wesley an adult? And if you did, would you make him a meathead? These are the questions I have for Eric.
He already is one. But anyway.
I know.
Fiona says, these writers just are not good enough to handle the ramifications of omnipotence and omniscience. So omniscience. That's the right name.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to write the Q properly. They're leeching TNG. They're leeching TNG for this. Acting was fun though. All right. TNG indicates that the first real encounter with the Q was with the Enterprise and Picard. So the idea that they have been meddling in Earth's history is absurd and just silly.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on, Fiona. I'm just find the next one. There you go. It's 3.
Eric, I love you, honey.
Other encounters with the Q, indicate that they don't have a problem with their members leaving the continuum. So, what's the issue? So they could deliver heavy-handed themes out of their league. Yeah, that's pretty much that would be my guess. But I mean, who knows? What do I know?
Yeah, really annoying when Kathy says, in her ruling, immortality is forced on Quinn. No, it's not. It's his natural state. You're in breach of the Prime Directive. Who wrote this? Shin kicks.
Yep. I get so frustrated with stupid writers wrestling with profound concepts. This could have been an amazing episode, but instead they reduce it to the mundane and political. Where's our smart allegory?
Yes.
Not around here, I'm afraid.
Exactly.
It is elsewhere. The Q that we know probably would have sent them back home, even if it was only temporary to mess with them. D for shameless nostalgia, suck. Plus, for the fun of seeing Q and the acting. Oh, it was
that's
D
a
for
very
shameless
good.
nostalgia, suck. Plus, I got you. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you, Fiona.
Yeah, that was a great review. Thank you so much, Fiona.
Thank you so much. Let's see here. Lisa says B. Deep and sad regarding the topic as well as the ultimate resolution. Could Q have sent everyone back to the Alpha Quadrant? Could Q have sent everyone back to the Alpha Quadrant? Yes, he could have. Why didn't Janeway beg? I don't know, because she's not that type, I guess. But not a peep out of her to try and get back. Yeah, she wasn't gonna. She didn't want to go with him for it, I guess.
Yeah, and she didn't even go to anyone to discuss it. Like, they don't have a ship's counselor. She didn't talk to Tuvok about it. She didn't talk to anyone about it. She just did that weird eyebrow thing she does where her eyebrows she has the hairy eyeballs and they're going all over the place. And it's like, she's supposed to be emoting all of these feelings. And yeah, it's really bad. She just looks like a confused howdy doody. Anyway, yeah.
JT Kirk says F. Unserious handling of serious issues, politics, Riker's incorrect uniform, no antitoxin to hemlock in the 24th century. I call BS.
Yeah, me too.
Also, insane way didn't do enough to get her crew home with Q.
Yeah, it's just stupid.
There you go, buddy.
Unfortunately. Good acting, though. I had to give it a C- because the acting was good.
Oh, yeah. Always, of course. B. The shooter says B-. Q is always welcome for fun and frivolity, and only Q can make self-deletion fun. Not quite the most frank and open discussion on the big S.
Yeah.
But we will take it. We'll take what we can get.
Yeah. I respect that, shooter.
When I first saw this, I was disappointed Poopy Stu didn't show up. He was busy. Now, I am glad for it. Still, it is interesting, and I wasn't bored.
Yeah, it's so good, even though they just muck about with it too much. Self-deletion plus immortality, self-deletion plus physical and mental disability, self-deletion plus capital punishment. Oh my goodness, just pick one, because you're not even doing one of them well. Never mind all of them. Stop.
A mess.
Stop.
Jill says C+. This manages to partially be a fun episode, of course, until the big issue of self-deletion is truly handled and not shied away from. Very strange episode to put a Christmas tree. Yeah, it did, didn't they? The continuum are somehow linked together, and the effects of losing a part of that link is unclear, but I appreciate the focus that Q's suffering as an individual is clear. It tries a look at a difficult concept thoughtfully, but somehow seems flippant with it simultaneously. However, it is important to note that the apple fell besides Newton, not on his head.
head.
Exactly.
True.
Well,
That's true, isn't it?
while we were at it, these figures, including Riker, didn't really add much to the story. By the way, it's also bogus. The Q wasn't there. It was the Doctor. The fourth Doctor mentioned it. Of course, he was a different Doctor when he did it at the time, but he did talk about how he met when Isaac Newton says, and you dropped the apple? And I said, no, of course not. I climbed up into his tree. What happened? He told me to get out of his tree. Then I brought him out and explained gravity to him. So it wasn't a Q. It was a Time Lord.
Okay, I have something funny to tell you. You know, Herc, Hooby Dooby. Yeah, partying with Counselor Cameltoe with the tequila all the time. Well, Hooby Dooby says that he would, if he were a Q, he would make Wesley a toaster so that Wesley could finally be useful.
Be about time. Talkie toaster Wesley. Admiral Teague says this story is just out of its depth. I hate when Voyager tries to approach TNG level morality issues. They can't pull it off. This was almost as bad as Threshold. Whoa, that's bad. It is a D, even though some stuffs were fun. Thank you, Teague. Appreciate you.
Good review. Good review.
Empress NM says B. Death Wish brings the argument of the individual versus maintaining the status quo, where the status quo might mean protecting countless trillions of lives from poofing from existence, which was another weird thing to me. Why can't one? Never mind. How could we ever answer that?
Yeah.
Should an entity that exists across time no longer exist? Would the Q continue? Even know that Quinn ever existed? Should that happen? Countless planets ever having life should be removed.
Can we just pause for 1 second? I just want to respond to this because I just want to say, while I agree, I would like to remind everyone that Quinn killed every single man on the ship. So he killed every single man on the ship. He wanted to self-delete, and so he used his finger movement that looks surprisingly sexual, but he used his finger movement, and instead of self-deleting, he killed every man on board. And then later, we're told that every single life has a huge impact, and so it's important. And yet, at the beginning of the episode, he killed every man on board, and only our Q could bring all the men back. So, I don't know. If it's a philosophy episode, you got to keep your philosophy straight.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry to interrupt.
Just an episode about two genies fighting. It was.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, exactly. Rub my lamp. Where's my carpet?
Yeah. Should an entity that exists across time no longer exist, would the Q continuum even know that Quinn ever existed should that happen? Countless planets ever having life should be removed from existence through death. His administrations since the beginning suddenly being unraveled, there could be no going back. So I'm also empathize with the Q's dilemma as well as Quinn's. All right, let's see. Continues. Quinn's dilemma, since he's nothing left to do, and having no purpose, is effectively already not living alive. Tough dilemma, and that really made me think when I saw it.
Oh,
Thank you so much, Empress.
Well, you know what? I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad you had a good time with it. That's wonderful.
Appreciate you there.
I know, Steve. I'm here for you. I understand. Sorry.
No problem. Babadoom One says, he says D, only because of Q, not Q, but for Q. Okay. I wasn't impressed by Q being at Woodstock. If he was at Altamont, however, I've known people that have decided to take the Hemingway exit and I've seen
Oh.
the effects of the decision on them. It's always ugly, bad, and painful, ham-fisted.
Yeah,
Yes.
and they couldn't even stick with that. The minute that they bring up the disabled persons and then the capital punishment, you know that it's going completely political at that point, right? It's not trying to engage you in this philosophical discussion, in this very cerebral discussion that we all, this existential dread, we're going to, slough off the mortal coil, instead it's this jokey thing, and we involve all of this other crap that has nothing to do with it at all. It's just unbelievable.
Yes. Fanty Outsider says, C. The problem with this episode was the concept of time. Oh no. He was imprisoned for 300 years. Which is what exactly a timeout? Q? Or immortal, it's like the old joke, man asks God, where's God need with a starship?
Fanty, did you do
What's
that? Oh,
what?
no.
No, I just said it.
I thought Fanty was going there.
Nah, I just had to. Yeah,
Matt G's here, boss. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Matt G's here.
Matt G,
Matt
what
G.
is up? All right, good to see you, sir. Let's see. Oops. Okay. $1 million. What is $1 million to you? G. God says a penny. What's a million years to you? G. A second man can I have a penny? G. In a second, time is nothing to a Q. They are beyond time itself. They had. What are you doing, man? They had a chance to explore. I didn't follow much of that, I gotta admit. But that's just me, Fanty. Concepts that transcend human understanding. Quinn could decide Q's have never explored esoteric concepts. Quinn tells Q, something Q, now that's exciting. The first new idea in forever off. Quinn goes, that's 3 of 3. All right, Fanty, thank you. I am transmogrified. Simply Steve says D-. Thank you. D- rating, all title. Don't die, Q. We need you. Q continuing to cause probs for humanity. Riker yanked from Alpha to Delta and back. Civil War Q is better plot-wise. This was Q depressing. I got you covered, brother. Thank you. Joseph Newcomb Judge says D+. Hello, my name is Q. Quinn makes all the male crew disappear like Aunt Clara from Bewitched. Hiding in the Christmas tree was a little entertaining. The comedic elements don't mix with the...
No, they don't, do they, Joseph?
No, they don't. With the self-deletion seriousness.
No.
Quinn, I want to keep saying Quinn.
What do you
Quinn,
mean?
I know that they're talking about the other Q, but
Yeah.
Quinn helped Isaac Newton. Ginsburg. Never mind. I know that's just... This is the hippie episode at Woodstock and made Will Riker into existence. Then you probably had to read Ginsburg, didn't you?
No.
Oh, okay, good. Poet. Then gets asylum, mortality, and then a cup of hemlock.
Hemlock, yeah. Yeah, Joseph, I totally agree with you, and I just find it a little insulting that they put the mentally and the physically handicapped on top of it, or disabled, and then the capital punishment. Like, what are you trying to accomplish here? And this is something that I don't like with this admonishing of the audience, is also these people don't have the training or the education to get into these discussions. And if you're going to get into a discussion like that, it has to be entirely nonpartisan. You have to choose the one topic and stick with that topic, even if people get angry with you and try to lead you astray with red herrings or straw man arguments. You have to stay hyper-focused on that one issue and try and unpack it in a Socratic dialectic. And when I say that, I mean offer up images feelings and evidence, ask questions, and then let the audience answer it for themselves. Here, this is just like, let's offend everyone, throw it all into the pot, and then we'll make it seem like we're better than everyone else. What? Anyway.
No, that's right. It's just preachy stuff. Oh, that's Hollywood for you.
Yeah, unfortunately, right? The people with the least amount of education believe that they're going to be in charge of our culture and that they're going to tell the public what to think and feel. It's sad.
Like you said, Shooter had another one here, I guess. I suppose if you take the self-deletion out of it, the story becomes more meaningful. Is life worth living? Is if there is nothing new to experience.
Okay, so this isn't a review
stuff,
but I thought that what Shooter said was so salient.
Yeah.
It just what a beautiful and bright comment
Right.
from our friend Shooter, because that's exactly what I think. They already had everything they needed within the vampire storyline. What happens when a vampire no longer wants to self-delete because they find no more meaning? They've had all of the experiences. If you're inspired by the vampire idea, stick with the vampire idea and don't start throwing in all these partisan and very heartfelt, tender, scary, very hyper partisan issues into the pot, because it's just not good and you look like a hack and a nincompoop.
There you go. Well, our final review of this episode, folks. The chief engineer, the great marketeer with a C, says B-. Always enjoy seeing Q, and they did figure out a plausible way to bring him to the Delta Quadrant. Yeah, they did. Tough to talk about self-deletion, and at what point should life continue over suffering?
That is much tougher to talk about, isn't it?
Especially in an episode like this, yeah.
Yep.
Unfortunately, they went too much into the humor versus staying serious. Next time something goes wrong, I am blaming Q, since he always seems to be around. Yeah, there you go. Are we ready for our next episode?
Simply Steve just put in the chat, boss, nincom coop.
There you go.
That's another good one. I mean, he's always got a bag of good ones, right?
Of course. So, what's next?
The next one is life signs, boss man.
Okay, we ready?
Yes, boss.
Righty.
Princess Fiona, what did I think of your light bulb post? Yeah, I've thought that all along. I really, every time I sort of, from the minute that they made Q omnipotent, there was always this possibility that as there were new captains, that the new captains would face this omnipotent power, and that would be the litmus test for their, for whether or not they were a good captain. And so, yeah, I feel the same way. I see that in the episode. I definitely was displeased with the weird Wikipedia interpretation of that, certainly, that he's infatuated with her. He's not infatuated with her at this point. He's actually just flirting with her, and she certainly doesn't handle it, anyway, we'll get to that later. But great reviews. I always love your reviews. Thank you for all of the effort you put into making this conversation better, Princess Fiona. Okay, everyone, let's keep going here. Life Science is season 2, episode 19, and bizarrely, you're all gonna smile or just scratch your head and say, what the heck? This is production code 136. A while back, Michael Beacom and Cassandra Beacom had warned you that the production codes are all over the place, and they are correct. This first aired on February 26, 1996. Now, I'm going to be reading from the horrible thing known as Wikipedia so that we have a launching off point and perhaps, jog your memory if you didn't have a chance to watch the episodes. Hopefully it won't be too painful, but it usually is. Paris arrives late to the bridge as a distress call is picked up. Voyager beams aboard the dying body of a Vidian woman. The doctor works to save her in sickbay. Finding she has a neural interface which can store her consciousness, he creates a holographic body for her to assist him, a hologram which looks and acts the way she would if she were healthy. Her name is Dinara Pell, and she is a physician, ready and able to help heal the diseased, ravaged body on the bed. Voyager detects a set of coordinates for the Vidian colony where they can drop off Pell. The doctor soon realizes he is falling in love with Dr. Pell. What? But how do you fall in love like overnight? Why do this? Stop doing this. But has trouble sorting out his look. If love happens overnight for you, you have no idea what love means, because it means love has no value for you. I mean, grow up. Grow up. You're not a 12-year-old girl. You don't fall in love overnight. You're not a 15-year-old boy. You're not a 12-year-old girl. Okay?
The doctor doesn't even understand anything like that, though.
Yeah.
He's
And we just had Kess lecturing him about how he doesn't have any feelings. Anyway.
No.
But has trouble sorting out his feelings toward the vibrant hologram and the real dying patient. Kess and Paris assist the doctor with these feelings, and with the help of one of Paris's romantic holograms, a 57 Chevy, parked on a hill overlooking a Mars colony, Dr. Pell and the doctor share their first kiss. As part of the doctor's plan to treat her, he requests a small sample of B'Elanna's brain tissue. You know, she didn't have any to spare. She wanted to give her a piece of her mind, but she didn't have any to spare. Where are you, Scuba Pete? Anyway, Klingon DNA has been shown to resist the phage. Torres is initially outraged at the suggestion, still traumatized by the treatment by the Vidians, but she soon relents upon meeting Dr. Pell's hologram in sick bay. The doctor administers the graft, but later discovers the body is rejecting it due to an improperly administered chemical. The doctor first accuses Kess of making a mistake before starting to alert Lieutenant Tuvok of an attempted murder, but Pell stops him. She admits she injected the chemical in an attempt to self-delete her deceased body, even though it will kill her holographic self as well.
2 weeks in a row, self-delete crap.
That's the first thing that I think every time I watch this. It's annoying. She cannot bear to return to the way she used to be. And Clubby, you know why this happens, right? Because you have a corporate writing room. There's no actual writer here. It's a hive of writers, and they throw out ideas. And when one sticks, they keep it. But there might be another good idea, little golden nugget that they want to rub the next week. But the thing is that watch your prod order then. Anyways, I'm going to keep going. But this is what happens with corporate writing, folks. The doctor and Pell argue over whether or not to save her life, and the doctor finally convinces her that he does not care what she looks like, and that they would have more time together than if she were to die. Following the procedure, well, that's pretty obvious. Don't state the obvious. The merely obvious will do. Who wrote that sentence? Oh my God. They would have more time together if she did not die.
True. That can really probably understand where they're coming from there.
Attention, writer of this Wikipedia article. Water is wet.
They say that if you're alive, you have more time to do things.
You have more time to visit with your loved ones. Following the procedure, Pell meets the doctor at Sandrine's on the holodeck, where he had taken her previously. Back in her grafted and scarred physical body, she approaches him apprehensively. The doctor merely smiles and takes her in his arms, and the two dance. The small subplot in this episode involves Tom Paris' increased insubordination and lack of overall discipline coming to a head as Chakotay relieves him of duty, after becoming fed up with his behavior. After Paris pushes Chakotay to the floor during an argument, Captain Janeway asks Tuvok to place Paris in the brig. This storyline will resolve in the following episode, Investigations. And the person used wood. They used, don't do that. Don't do wood.
WOOD?
No,
I know.
love you, Clobby. Okay, I'm going to toss it back to the boss. Boss, after that pure suckage that is the Wikipedia plot, what did you think of the episode Life Signs?
Well, look, we've talked about this many times before. The old TV trope. Let's face it, it's not Star Trek or not. It's not. It's a. I mean, it's a TV trope that goes back as far as 60s, 70s, 80s, and it's overused to death. Where episodic television makes the mistake sometimes of telling you a recurring character will fall in love, and time is not spent, or not enough thought sometimes would not be spent on the script. So as to while you're watching the 40 to, depending on 45-minute episode, sometimes 50 minutes, we go back to Trek's time, they will have you, they don't do enough to assure the audience that these people have even though they just meet, they've gotten to know each other over the course of time. So many times, it will be, they just met, and by the time at the end of the episode, when whatever happens, conclusions that someone gets killed, whatever it is, they've only known each other for like 5 minutes. You only know that, in other words, they don't compress their time. It's not, they don't allow in their story for two people to know each other. So, it's always, yeah, okay, I'm supposed to believe that he fell in love. I mean, look, being infatuated at first sight, yes. Falling in love and having an actual, they're going to get married 2 days later, that kind of crap they do on TV all the time. Yeah. So it's not just them. They all do it. But this is 1996 at this point. You'd think they would have a little bit more thought to their story. However, the only reason I would give them a pass is that he is the holographic doctor who is not a human being. He's not put together the same way. He doesn't have the same types of emotions. I can see that. Again, I don't really care much for the episode. I can see in this case cutting it slack for that because he doesn't understand. I mean, he sees her. He sees all the same things. Like, for example, if a normal male of his age, or a human male of his age, would be infatuated immediately with a woman, but because they're an experienced human being, they would know, well, we got to take our time. I got to take my time. He wouldn't know anything about any of that kind of stuff, like taking your time, seeing each other for a long period. He just thinks he's in love. I think the doctor just thinks it because he doesn't have any experience. Mm-hmm. So he thinks he's in love with her. Now, she, on the other hand, comes from a place where she's totally isolated and didn't think anyone would ever fall. She's been around for a long time, unlike him. And this being, or sort of like a being, she knows he's a hologram, is showing her this attention for the first time she could actually be intimate with someone. I think on that basis, that I'm not going to ding it for that. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to ding it for the, because I think it actually almost works for the doctor that this would happen to him. They wouldn't understand what's happening because he didn't. Look at what adult he was when Kes said, "No, you should just tell her." He just blurts it out like a dumbass. Yeah, he's a child, very much a child when it comes to like this. That's what I'm saying. Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have life experience.
Right, no life experience. So love at first sight is for children. He, in that respect, is a child. Yeah. So that works for me. It's just as an episode, I don't really care that much. I'm like, I get it. There's some sweet moments between the two of them, and he's a great actor. He's a good character. But ultimately, I don't really care for this much as Star Trek. There's some Star Trek elements to the episode with some of the things this poor woman has gone through because of the phage, which she's telling him about how horrible her life has been. Some of that stuff is touching and interesting. But on balance, I just doesn't really do a whole lot for me as an episode. I think that makes sense to you.
Yeah, I feel the exact same way. And wait until you hear my notes. You're going to be like, oh my gosh, Raquel. There's a reason why everyone calls you my Star Trek soulmate. And further to what you were saying, I just want to say something here. That not only do I want to echo and amplify your sentiments, but I just want to say Voyager is bigger than the NCC 1701D. It's bigger than the Enterprise. Okay. And we saw this in a model because I complained about the fact that there are only 150 people on board. So why since she has escaped the Vidians, why aren't we allowing this let's absorb her into our crew? She is a talented doctor. She could be another hologram. That's a possibility. That's a place you could take the story. Or we could have her stay the way she is and be a doctor on board. And she has, she wants to be away from her people. And it's very obvious that they're talking about the Hawaiian leprosy colony at this point. That's where they're drawing their information, their inspiration from. But we go to the romance instead of sticking with the Hawaiian leprosy colony.
Right.
Because that would have been Star Trek. And if I were writing here, I would have written her to stay in as the divine and disgusting doctor. She would be, people would have to get over their revulsion of her physical appearance, or the intriguing idea of leaving her a hologram, and the two of them work together and they augment their algorithms, or I guess only he would need the augmented algorithm to learn more and more about love. And I think that could have been interesting.
Are you saying that Intrepid class ship is bigger than a Galaxy class ship? I don't think so.
I believe that who was it? I think it was Wolfie who showed the ships. And could I get somebody to show those again, please?
They have a much smaller crew. They got 1,000 people in the Galaxy class.
Yeah, they can take on several hundred more. We learned that, right? But it is over 1,000. It's at the start, it's 1,049
on the Galaxy class on Picard's ship,
yeah. But when you see them docked at DS9. You see a Galaxy class starship and you see Voyager, and then someone showed a chart, and I think it was Wolfie. And so I was saying that the size of the ships were off. And so take on more crew. Like if you need 149, more than 149 to keep the ship going, then keep the ship going. But I didn't buy the technical manual for Voyager. I'm not into that. I'm not an engineer. I can only go by the visuals. And when we see them docked at DS9, we see a ship where it leaves you scratching your head, saying, how come there aren't more people on this? And a lot of people use the excuse, oh, well, they were just going on a special mission. Well, but that also shows that Bangway, or Insane Way, can be taking on a lot more people. Let's bring on more people with more expertise and build the crew and make it more interesting. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
So that's what
it's longer than it. It's definitely longer than it's longer than someone saying.
But
the Galaxy class.
Yeah. So I'm not interested in the semantics. And what I'm saying is that as a writer, if I'm in this writer's room and I realize the size of Voyager, I realize there's potential to build the crew. So let's keep this Vidian woman who has escaped her Hawaiian leprosy colony, because that's what they're drawing. That's their spring, their inspiration for this story. And let's take her on, but let's do something with her and the doctor. Let's allow her to be a hologram, or let's allow her to be a person with leprosy who lives on board, and people grow to love her despite her appearance. I mean, this is interesting. We have lots of room on Voyager. That's what I'm trying to say.
Better her than Cass and Nealon.
Yeah. So, there's lots of room. We need more than 149 people here. And there are at least 3 episodes where they imply that they couldn't even run the ship with, 1 or 2 people leaving. So, not good. Anyway, just the writers need to be more open in creating some magic here. And I think that using the Hawaiian leprosy idea is very clever if it doesn't involve romance. And I'll get into that when I use my notes.
Okay, go for your notes.
So, so Super Cass flies into a poo cloud. Poor Super Cass. Not really. Don't like Super Cass. We think that the episode is about transhumanism, but it's actually not about transhumanism. Vidians know what a holographic tech is. This is one of the mistakes in the show that I didn't like, and that is Dinara says, holographic? What do you mean holographic? And it just makes you want to spit out your tea, because Vidians not only know what holographic technology is, but their holographic technology is almost superior to the Federation's, right? They use advanced holographic technology in their defense. systems, right? So why does Dinara ask what it is? Why does the doctor explain it to her? This makes no sense. The Vidian hologram tech is known to the viewer. The viewer is now thinking back to when the Vidians used the holographic projections to throw off everyone in the caves so they could not find the harvest organs. So make sure that you are protecting what you're writing for smart people who are paying attention. And then I put in my notes here, the phage, very clearly, they tried to turn the phage and what's going on with the Vidians into something more beautiful and more frightening than just these horrible organ harvesters who want to live forever.
Yeah.
Now it's a Hawaiian leprosy colony, and it's reading as that way, and you know what it is.
Yeah.
The trader gets scared. Tom is publicly insubordinate. I hate I hate this useless story thread. Yeah, I don't particularly like this story thread, and I don't like that they're always trying to reinforce that everyone is one fist fight away on Voyager. They need to stop doing that. I mean, I realize what they're trying to do because they want to start a nice little story thread for Tom, but they can achieve it in a different way, okay? But you can't make it, oh, we're on the verge of fisticuffs and we're having fisticuffs every week. And it goes on like this for several episodes. There would be a lot of people in the brig. Remember, Star Trek is a military show. Star Trek is not, Starfleet is Starfleet. They're a military organization, and they're not only are they military specialists, but they're astronauts. They're not punching each other in the face every week. Stop it. Anyway, and Gene would have hated that. And then we returned to transhumanism for a little while, and I sort of feel like that this all got wasted because I really love this idea of making Dinara stay. But anyways, I love the doctor's no drama questions and no games look at love. If you are an INTJ, if you are in the audience right now and you are an INTJ and that is your temperament and that is your preferred way of dealing with people, you know what I'm talking about. Never mind all your stupid romancy-pantsy BS and all your crap you're saying. Just say what you feel. Be honest, be sincere, be dignified. Love should be dignified, not all sloppy and weird and make me want to run away. Anyway, I like that about the doctor. And hail to all of the INTJs. If you've taken temperament sorting and you know that's how you deal with people, I love you. I'm also an INTJ. The doctor telling Paris that he assumes Paris is used to rejection. Every single time this happens, I laugh really loud. I cackle like a witch. It's hysterical. I just want everyone to know that I strongly dislike Kes. And then I put here at the very end, we return to the right to die storyline, the idea. This is beating a dead horse. This is not necessary. And what they've done is they've ruined a potentially beautiful story. And that story would be loving a deformed person. So a person who has had a catastrophic illness, a leprosy does that to people. And it leaves them, it ruins their lives. And people have to live with being shunned. People have to live with the stares, the fear, the hatred. This is why, they had the huge leprosy colony in Hawaii, put them apart from humanity so they don't infect others and others don't have to look at their sickly bodies. Absolutely horrible thing. And so here we've lost a potentially beautiful story that any cerebrally minded person with compassion and a medical or scientific mind could have turned into something quite beautiful about how your physical state doesn't rule whether or not society will accept you. And I think this could have been a triumphant story for Gene Roddenberry. Instead, we lead it with this right to die stuff and this love story stuff. And then we're left with middle-aged people making out on a hill. I mean, why? Why did we even bring up the idea of the Hawaiian leprosy colony? Why did we even bring it up? Why did we waste all of that beautiful potential on.
I don't know. I don't know.
Imagine Dinara. Just think about this for a minute, Captain.
Mhm.
Dinara decides that she wants to live in her body. She doesn't try to self-delete. And whoever keeps bringing up self-delete in the writer's room should be booted in the ass really hard with like really high quality stilettos. That person should be booted out. And what we should stick with is this idea of leprosy and being rejected and being beautiful within. And so we can go one of two ways here. And let's argue this in the writer's room. One, Dinara becomes a hologram and she develops a relationship with the doctor, and everyone comes in and Dinara is chipper, and she has all of the things that the doctor needs to learn about how to deal with humanity. So cute. Maybe they might even try and have a baby. Let's explore transhumanism. Or we keep exploring the fact that human beings are compassionate, loving, edified, joyful, just good in their bones, good enough to see someone like Dinara and fall so hopelessly in love with her as a friend, as a companion, as a doctor on the ship, that they look past this leprosy that she's had, this phage, and they love her anyway. And she becomes a part of the crew. And anyone who visits the ship has to encounter her leprosy and realize that there is a ship full of people who love her and accept her for who she is. That's science fiction, not this right to die crap. So that person gets my stiletto right in their poop chute, just not too far because I don't want to wreck my shoes.
Wow.
So
Right. Oh my God! So what is your rating of life science?
it is a D because of the fact that there was so much squandered potential. We went from totally sincere into complete and utter schlock.
Yeah, I'll give it a D plus. I mean, I just didn't like it very much at all. Just not really what I think of what I'm into it for, but not angry or anything. I could even give it a little bit more than that, but I decided to ding it a little bit for being not being dumb.
Oh, Lisa, if you like my writing, please buy my book. If you like my writing, you could buy my book.
All right, so where are we at? All right, everybody. So please launch free with your any writing you won't have of life signs, and number one is collecting those. We'll bring us some more. Maximum Redstone Entertainment. So here we go. Sorry. Life Signs by Max Redstone. The doctor has a holographic romance. He gives his beloved patient virtual skin and pants. She won't live on a shelf. She'd rather perish herself. Not before granting the doctor one final dance. Well done, Maximum. Well done, sir. Absolutely. That's the Max. That's the Max man for you right there. Okay, I've got a bunch here from Katie on this one. So our wonderful friend Katie Carr. Shout out to you wherever you are out there, my dear. I think she had to run, but she's out there somewhere. Says, Life Signs. Here we go. One of my favorite early episodes. An absolutely darling. She says the words, not me. I'm reading what she said. She said it's a darling episode for the Doctor. I love his romance with Pell and how she brought out his holographic humanity. The date in the car with, excuse me, the old-fashioned music was one of my favorite moments in the early years. As a hopeless romantic, I absolutely adore how they sweetly wrote this story, yet gave it a bittersweet ending with the doctor having to let Pell go. The moral to the story was that beauty comes from the inside, as it should. Everything else is a simulation to please others with appearance. The heart is what matters. A plus from Katie. Thank you, Katie, dear. Appreciate you. Let's see. Princess Fiona says, Please keep your soap opera shite out of my Star Trek! Exclamation point.
Curtsy. Love you. Fee, fly, full Fiona.
It shows how creatively bankrupt the writers are that have to constantly fall back on love stories and bad ones at that. Not diminishing love. That was that. Not diminishing love. Wait a minute. Okay, our next one takes a while to get to the next one. Oh, sorry. TOS and TNG both handled it well, but not every week. There was the skeleton of a good story in here, but the hallmark of Voyager is that they are seldom able to bring it home. This is because when your premise starts out flawed, you only get further away from a satisfying conclusion as you go. They should start with science fiction rather than a general hospital. Yeah, that's for sure. Hang on, I got to get your next one there, Fiona. There we go. Thank you, Chief. All right. Where am I? Okay, here we go. Once again, there was an amazing potential for an idea here that was completely fumbled, but the writers were simply too lazy or too stupid to make it fit within the Star Trek idiom. F for fumble. Oh, righty-ishness. Thank you so much, Fiona. Well said. All righty then. Let's see here. Empress M. So right up the box, we have two contrasting reviews. Empress M says F. No, there we go. Soap opera writing at its most infantile. Not sci-fi and not Trek. STD must be inspired from apps like this? Question mark. I don't know. I doubt many of the STD people watch any Trek, good or real Trek, good or bad, but you never know. D- says the great J.T. Kirok. Says Days of Our Lives called and wants its storyline back. Before 2369, Mr. Orton went by Pell Orton. TNG Starship Mine. Why not simply grow a new body since you have time? Since you have time to do, yes, grow a new body. Okay. Get Bashir. He can make bodies, can he? He can do everything. Go just call gas. No, they can't get Bashir. I'm sorry. Shooter says, B. Anyone notice how Tom is showing up late in these episodes? Could this be a serialized story in development? Along with the ex-Maquis spy who has a thing for Seski? I am not. That's just coinky dink. Don't be silly.
Hits the mark.
What you talking about, Willis? It's just a coinky dink. I am trying to get my head around the phage. So there are Vidians who are. Excuse me. There are Vidians who are not infected. How has isolation and crowd control not stopped the spread of the disease? No clean colony? Yeah. Well, you got me, partner.
They needed to unpack
good
that.
Question.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should have kind of elaborated on that one a little bit more. Isn't there a taboo against dating patients? Well, I mean, especially for emerging medical holograms, right? Mm-hmm. A romance story, but with some sci-fi depth and an AI leaning to love and a woman escaping the horror of her diseased body. Works for me, says Shooter. Well, there you go.
Gotcha, Shoot.
Shoots, I gotcha. Shoots.
Shoot
Simply Steve says F this episode. I'm saying it says F. F rating. I'm saying it says F rating, sorry. F rating. Alt title. Doctor, can't you see? I'm loving. Paris is still beating. Okay. Doctor, can't see. I'm loving. Okay. I thought it was going to be. Never mind. Paris is still being a butt.
Mm-hmm.
Holodoc makes a kindred program for depressed Doc Leper, for best Doc Leper, forming pseudo love in a Chevy on Mars. Yes, sir.
Boss man, you have just received yet another gift from the incredibly generous, kind-hearted, and sweet human being we call Eric K.
Thank you, Eric K. Brunswich. Thank you, buddy. He said they should have used the transporter cure. Yeah, what were they thinking?
So hardcore. So hardcore.
Use the transporter cure. It does it every time. Enter derivative Jill. The communications officer says D flat. D flat, like it's a musical note. All right, anyway. His romance in Beowulf with the fictional Viking was more compelling and meaningful because we saw his journey. Yeah, that's a good point. In trying to save the ship on his first mission.
And I liked that he was doing weird little things with his face where he was he was in disbelief that she liked him, but he was really liking where it was going because it was like building his personality, and he found the whole thing intriguing. So it was a lot on the actor to make it believable. And of course,
in that episode, Ricardo's great. Yeah,
he is.
This is just a plain drama with the only science fiction being that he is a hologram falling in love with someone whose consciousness is funneled through a hologram temporarily. Yeah, and all that fade stuff too. Yeah, you're right. The last episodes did this too, but I let it go. They keep cutting to the traitor Jonas collaborating with the Kazon and Tom being a brat. Well, it'll be addressed. It just seems out of place.
I agree, and they're dragging it out for too long.
Yeah.
And they're also making it like in all of these episodes. If you go back and you look at the scripts, they take the deliberate time to make sure that they're saying that that people on board are fist fighting, like they're actually beating each other up. Why isn't the brig full? Like, all of these people are being insubordinate. This is conduct unbecoming. All of these people should be arrested. They would most certainly be arrested in Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek.
Yep. The romance would have been much better, much stronger, if she had to go from her hologram to her true self halfway into the episode.
Mm-hmm.
Also, some more personality and goal orientation would have helped. P.S. It's weird that she names him after her uncle. Yeah, it is. Thanks a lot, the uncle, dude. Really?
Yeah, like what's going on with you?
What the hell's that all about?
Yeah.
Eric K. Brunswich says D. Why are they trying to cure these people? Wouldn't that be disregarding the Prime Directive? They're sure that I don't know. I don't think the Prime Directive is geared toward civilizations that haven't made space contact yet. But I don't know. They are sure that they will not catch this. I guess they're sure that they will not catch this. Yeah, there you go. Why would her brain in the computer degrade? Because they needed a story. That makes no sense. She should have been saved for the doctor to have someone as well.
Yeah. Plenty of room on the ship. That's what I was saying earlier. It's like that's a massive ship and it's a skeleton crew. And they made the mistake of showing someone like me who's not interested in the engineering part of it. They made the mistake of showing me an episode where it was at DS9 and I saw it against the NCC 1701 D class. And I'm scratching my head. I mean, we talked about it for 2 episodes and all the guys in the chat who are engineers backed me up. They're like, why is that ship so big? And you would think it has lots of room. And I think Wolfie brought in his chart. But for a regular viewer who's not into engineering and doesn't buy the engineering books, it's like, let's bring some people. Let's put some people on this ship, some interesting people. Let's have some new adventures with new species.
They're not going to have a big cast, though. So.
Yeah, right?
They're not going to add anybody to the cast.
That's right.
Bubba Doom. Thank you, Bubba Doom says B-. I think it's B-. I know, right? I'm not liking the pushing again. Not liking the pushing again of a Hemingway exit episode. I agree with all the negative pointed out. That said, I'm shocked at how the Doctor episodes are the ones. Hang on, dude.
JT Kirk says the extra people were supposed to arrive on Thursday.
I don't
Very
see
good.
number 2 yet.
Oh, I clicked
Am I
it.
missing it?
Yeah, you should have it.
Yeah,
Unless
this
it got
his
unclicked
number 1
somewhere.
was at 1. It was at 11:40. I'm gonna, or
Hold on,
10:40 in your
honey.
case.
Let me
While you're
go
doing
back
that, I'll
to
just go
that.
on with another one here. Max Redstone, what's up, dude? Let's do that real quick. It says Max says C minus, if that. He says, here in my car, I feel safest of all. I can lock all of my doors. It's the only way to live in cars. What, dude? Are you okay?
He's making a Gary Newman joke. Bus, it's there now. Bubba Doom's good to go.
Okay, I really like. So I really like. I still maintain, however, Pulaski is the better. The doctor. I got you. Well,
I kind of like that Bubba Doom is always saying that because, Mulder got herself into a lot of trouble for saying, no, I'm originally from Star Trek, and this is the way that the doctor is supposed to behave. What is going on with this doctor? And she was like trying to make them stay TOS, and from what I read, she ruffled a lot of feathers doing that. So I do love that you're sticking up for Mulder, and I do love that you're sticking up for Pulaski because of that reason, because everyone knows I'm going to jump to the defense of TOS because it's the best. So thanks for that, Bubba Doom.
All I know is Dr. Pulaski would never have stood up for Sub Rosa.
No, are you kidding? Could you imagine? Oh my gosh.
No way.
She would have killed that green thing when it came out of the green sex lamp.
Well, Lisa says, Lisa says, B, having an affliction of being a romantic. See, you never want to be one of those. Get you nowhere. And I can, like me, for example, I'm one. I enjoy the doctor's humanization through feelings of attachment.
Mm-hmm.
All damaged beings want to be loved and an escape from their affliction. The car was gorgeous. Was a cool looking car.
Yeah.
And the guy not too far from the car. Otis. There we go. Touring machine says, to me, it's completely atonal. The doctor falls in love with an idealized version of her and that isn't even real. I actually turned it off there.
Oh.
I don't know. Recall what happened afterwards.
I respect that.
Well,
I respect that.
Not
because
much
they decided to draw forward a really tough and emotionally and intellectually challenging issue, and then they acted like cowards with it. So I don't blame you at all. I feel that same thing. So I think it's wonderful, and I love your comment.
Fanty outside, he says, C, story would have been better. Excuse me. Story would have been better. Would have been better served if they allowed the Vidian doctor to continue as a hologram, as her body was in stasis and looking for a cure. Their obsession with the deletion is bordering on pathological. Yeah, buddy. Thank you, Fanty. Joseph Dredd. Here comes the judge. Says D minus. Another self-deletion 2 weeks in a row. Yeah, exactly. The writers of this show are dumb. The doctor, they were. I remember talking 30 years ago, but yes. They're still dumb. No, you're right. The writers are dumb. The doctor said he didn't have a name, but he had a name in the Beowulf episode, Schweitzer. That's he used it now. Yeah, Seska. Are you saying you're a fan of Seska?
Oh, no more Seska, please.
Oh, God. My kingdom for a Seska, I use Truman Jonas. Not a fan. Yeah, it was super. Wait a minute. Hang on a second. Hang on 1 second. He mentions that. Super Cass can read minds and cure diseases, but not in this episode. Or Crystal Kryptonite lying around.
Yeah, she's now
Paris.
Super-de-duper Super Cass.
Paris insubordinate again. Maybe this is where the New Trek gets its sassy crew members.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't go that far, but
HB would like you to refer to her as Fresca, not Seska. She is the diet actress. And Anti-Derivative Jill says, yeah, we only get to see the real her dance with the doctor for half a second. So cheap. You know what would have been really cool is if maybe there would have been a way, because if we can switch Seska from being a Kardashian, into being a Bajoran, why can't we help the Vidians? Why can't we do facial reconstruction for them? I mean, that's a possibility. And if she were to ask to be a regular crew member, that could be another thing that we could explore. It could be something we could do. I'm very excited by this idea because, you know, when somebody is physically disabled or somebody's had a traumatic injury, especially to their face, I don't think we should act, you know, cruel or stare or, yeah, I have that same hope Gene Roddenberry has. I have that same belief in humanity, that deep in everyone's bones, they want to be good. And I think that would be a good opportunity for that. Anyway, I was squandered, but I sure love these comments, you guys. Sorry, boss. Go ahead.
Admiral T, sorry, says C plus because Robert Picardo was a real good actor. I really like some parts. He says, it's a Trek-worthy concept. I hate when Paris acts like an infant, though.
Mhm.
Our final review of this episode, folks, from the great chief engineer, Mark Me with a C, says C plus. Writers managed to screw up what could have been a more touching story with all the romance crap.
Yes.
Yes. How could someone fall for a good-looking hologram?
Yeah, big conundrum there.
Yeah. Okay, well, maybe it could happen, and you would never leave the holodeck. Serious. They got some episodes coming up with luau's, so you know,
Yeah.
some serious issues at work here. What happens to someone who is horribly disfigured or
Yeah.
injured in the future, aka
Captain
Pike?
Yeah.
Yeah. But again, too much with the humor. Picardo is charming, but the episode is a miss. P.S. Is Q also making Paris late and failing when dating women? I don't know. I'll look into it for you.
I love that Mark brought that up because, you know, that's something that Clobby and I are always reminding people. And that is that Gene was very specific about the fact that he did not want a whole bunch of comedic episodes. He didn't want it. He did not like that.
They
And
still
that's
don't do it
because,
as much as DS9 did, though.
yeah, but once you start adding all of that humor in, and it's not sarcasm, it's not banter. When it becomes like open comedy, then you suck all of the seriousness and the goodness and the best parts of the show out. You suck it all out. It's like sucking the energy out of the room. It's this stuff is not supposed to be funny. I agree,
Noper?
Mark. Nice comments,
Noper?
Mark.
So, ready for the final episode of the evening?
Yes, please.
All right, everybody. That would be investigations. And while you're doing that, I'm going to go grab me some medicine.
Yeah, you go ahead, boss.
And I'll be right back. But you won't be out of earshot. And no, I think Mark's here. Good.
Okay. Thank you, sweetheart. And Mark's got my back. Don't worry, I'm okay. Make sure you drink lots of water. Okay, everyone. The next episode is, I should bring up the Wikipedia page. Hold on, everyone. Let me just grab it. It is Investigations. This is season 2, episode 20. And listen to this prod code and think about when Michael and Cassandra Beacom, they were telling you that the production codes were crazy. It's 135. 135. And this first aired on March 13th, 1996. I'm going to be reading from Wikipedia. It's probably going to suck, might even be incorrect, but you know, we'll get through it together, everyone. Hold my hand. I love you all very much. Morale Officer Neelix starts a shipwide information broadcast aboard Voyager in an attempt to raise crew morale. However, his initial reports are somewhat downbeat as he shares the news that helmsman Tom Paris, whose conduct has become increasingly erratic through several preceding episodes, is to leave the ship permanently to join a Talaxian convoy. It emerges that someone on board Voyager has been sending information to the enemy race, the Kazon. After Seska and the Kazon abduct Tom Paris from the Talaxian ship, Neelix suggests on his broadcast that it was Paris who had betrayed them all. Like, that would never be allowed. But anyway, Captain Janeway privately reveals to Neelix that Paris's insubordination, departure, and joining the Kazon was all part. What? Were all part, not was. It was. They were. Like, come on, people. Subject verb. All part of an act to flesh out a suspected traitor on board. Commander Chakotay has not been told, as it was suspected that the traitor was from the Maquis, a deception that he indicates he is very disappointed by. Geez, who wrote this? She asks Neelix to use his new journalistic role to investigate. More poo. Neelix eventually discovers that the real traitor is Michael Jonas, a Maquis engineer. Jonas locks down engineering, injures Neelix, and attempts to draw Voyager into a trap laid by Kazon forces. Neelix recovers, and attacks Jonas, who falls over a second-floor railing and is disintegrated by plasma leakage. It should say the plasma leakage below. Tom Paris returns after damaging the Kazon ship and stealing a shuttle. He explains and apologizes to the crew that his recent behavior, revealing that it was a ruse that he and the captain had planned to infiltrate the Kazon and flush out the intruder many weeks ago. The intruder? Flush out the intruder? What?
I don't even know what the hell that means.
What are they talking about? They're not trying to flush out an intruder. They're trying to figure out who the rat is. Right. Who's the traitor?
The mole, yeah.
The mole, right? Like, not the intruder. Who wrote this? Who is writing Wikipedia? It's the same people writing the IMDb. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. Oh, I have to calm down. I have high blood pressure. Boss man, what did you think of Investigations?
Draw that man in a chicken suit.
Chicken Man!
It's the Chicken Man!
Oh, God. Whoa, my. I don't know. Well, I try not to think of it. It's, oh, Jesus. Any episode that opens up with Neelix blasting in your face, doing his Neelix News Network. I'm like, man, I think you know what? I'm staying in the Delta Quadrant. That's if I have to be on that ship with Neelix doing a news network every freaking morning.
And every time there's something new on the ship that they want to introduce, Super Kess or the Chicken Man, they become the experts at it.
Right. Oh, I'm sorry. We had a super chat. Thank you, Eric.
Oh, you had a
Raquel loves Neelix and really likes Kess.
Your agonizer, please. Also, what do we got going on here? Wait, 2 wags of a puppy's tail. Something happened here.
What?
Oh, I saw something and now I lost my train of thought. I forget. Somebody was saying something good. Oh, yes. My HB, our amazing artist, our retired comic book extraordinaire genius. He is calling for the Claboni. So can you please pull the tarp off of the Claboni, fire it up, and run it over the pod?
You're agonized.
Neelix, and I strongly detest. Hey, did I tell you that I hate Neelix and I strongly dislike Kess? Neelix and I strongly dislike Kess.
Hey, Midnight's Oblivion. You there? You there, number one?
Yeah, there's a delay again by about 6 seconds.
Okay. Midnight's Oblivion. Hey there.
Hey, Midnight's Oblivion. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
This episode, right?
Yeah. What'd you think?
Look, so I mean, I guess I can hand it to him a little bit in terms of, I guess, some of the ideas, the intrigue maybe, but where's the Star Trek here?
There's no Star Trek here.
I mean, just this whole Tom subplot was so obvious. You knew it was just some kind of goofy shit they were planning and moving up, and it's like, man, you know why you knew it? You may not have. It could have been something relatively interesting or intelligent, but they ruined it because as soon as you get to the incredible bit where he's going to stay in the Delta Quadrant, I'm like, I can't. You had me. I didn't really believe him anyway, but I'm like, you destroy any possible credibility that he's just having problems of some kind when he decides to leave the ship and stay in the Delta Quadrant. Nobody would do that. Nobody.
No.
It was asinine.
Preposterous.
I don't buy it. I don't buy anybody, not even Tom Paris, because they have to have him act like a dumbass for a couple of weeks and then decide, maybe in the first couple of weeks of him being on the ship, maybe. But he's been on for they've been, a year almost now? And he's just laxing back into being a slacker. Anyway, go ahead and go with the notes, because it's just, oh, God.
I know, it's
a
annoying.
A freaking Neelix episode. Go to hell with your Neelix episodes.
Yeah, it's terrible. I just want everyone to know that I hate Neelix. I hate Neelix. I hate the Chicken Man. And his high school announcements list is infantilizing nonsense. This is and worst of all, not only is this what happens in high school and junior high, when you sit down in your desk and one of your fellow students, does the school news. What's worse is that Neelix cultivates gossip. So why would he be allowed to do this? Why would he be allowed to broadcast this all over the ship? And why do Neelix and Kes have to be the new whatever they need? They're the new whatever you need. This episode deserves no review. It doesn't even deserve a rating. This is a moronic storyline. Neelix calls for the emergency transport, not B'Elanna. Do you remember that part? Man down, somebody's dying. And B'Elanna, who's in charge, just lets the person die, whereas Neelix comes over and says, emergency transport. Anyways, we turn to the Seska non-story, and no one cares. Neelix is investigating secret transmissions. Neelix. Okay? Not ship security, not, the captain who has nothing to do all day. None of that. Just, she's in charge of 149 people. Okay? Neelix is investigating the secret transmissions. Neelix. I'm going to say that again. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? I'm sorry, I'm taking the Lord's name in vain for those of you who are believers. I apologize. But oh my. The Neelix and Tuvix conversation is obnoxiously stupid. It's coming. It's coming. With all of their training, academic experts in their fields, trained military officers, trained astronauts, it's Neelix. This beggars belief, and viewers don't buy it. Why does Neelix go live? Why doesn't he report to Janeway? So after he figures out what's going on, he doesn't even report it to Janeway. He doesn't even report it to Tuvok. He goes live to air. So he instantly becomes like one of those ambulance chasing little punks. This is the cockroach you want to step on, but whatever. It's Chicken Man. Everyone's comm link is always open. This is another weird thing. Tuvok looks at Neelix and says, well, we'll keep your comm link open on your Delta. His Delta, his comm badge is always open. All you have to do is hit it. You also can say computer, Captain Janeway, whatever. It's like talking to the lady that I can't say, otherwise she'll actually answer me and ruin the show. A-L-E-X-A. Anyway, or the other one. The S. Anyway, that's the way your comm badge works. That's also how the universal translator on it works. So hello, this is technology. It's not magic, folks. Neelix is knocked out or down with a single bitch slap, a single backhand, and he's knocked down and out. It's just so awesome to watch. I mean, we need to take the Paul Foster back slap, the biatch slap that Paul takes, and then he smiles like the devil, that little a-hole. And we need to put it right next.
My hand slipped.
Right? So we need that, but we need that Neelix scene because I love watching him get bitch slapped. Like just one backhand and he's gone. Chicken Man is not. He's certainly no rooster. Yeah, just it's so bad. Like it's just everything in it is nonsense. It's poorly written, it's poorly executed. It's just bad. And it's not even Star Trek. This is what somebody literally went to their child's junior high or their high school, discovered that in the modern times that the office calls down two kids, two kids come and they tell you all about the gossip and what's happening inside the school, not the exterior, the interior. So it's like announcements from the school and so on and so forth. That's what's happening here. And it's absolutely ridiculous. And then we're to believe that Neelix is the one who discovers all of this, not Tuvok, not Janeway, not Chakotay, not B'Elanna or B'Elanna. Sometimes she's B'Elanna and sometimes she's just B'Elanna. Anyways, they can't make up their mind on that one either. Anyhow, it beggars belief. It's totally annoying. It's totally obnoxious. And I would love to see a repeating clip of the Chicken Man getting bitch slapped. This is an F. It's an F. That's it, boss.
I'm laughing at Jill. Jill hadn't seen that episode. Quit slapping Paul.
Oh, she hadn't. Oh, God.
She still loves. I love Paul too. It's only Raquel that hates Paul.
Listen, no, Jill thinks Paul is kind of cute.
Yeah,
he's a cutie.
Well, he's cuter than this guy. That's for sure.
Draw that man in a chicken
Thank you,
suit.
Jill. I know you got.
It's the Chicken Man!
Oh shit!
It's funny.
I also give it an F.
It's an F.
F this episode. So everybody, my friends, please.
I think
you know
it's
what
a
else?
total F.
I think we need to. What we also need to do one more time is this.
Neelix, and I strongly dislike Cass. Hey, did I tell you that I hate Neelix and I strongly dislike Cass? Neelix, and I strongly dislike Cass.
Oh boy. Well. All right, my friends, put your reviews in, and I will fetch us some Max Redstone entertainment. How about that? Are we ready to go? Let me go. Sorry, everyone. I'm eating a candy. I just couldn't help it. I'll do it while eating candy. That's how good I am. Investigations by Max Redstone. Maximum Redstone, in fact. Here we go. And happy Rosh Hashanah, Jewish New Year to you, by the way, Max. He is celebrating that.
Oh, wow.
So here we go. Investigations by Max Redstone. A Talaxian chef in charge of morale acts like Columbo. What's his rationale? He becomes quite an a-hole. He's used to flush out a mole. So sad to be Neelix thrown into a plasma canal. I wish
Oh,
I
Max.
wish it had been Neelix thrown into the Plaza
This
Canal.
stuff is gold. This stuff
Well
is
done,
gold,
Max. Thank you, buddy. All right. What we have up in here. Katie Carr, our lovely friend,
Boss,
says,
before you go any further,
mm-hmm.
Your chief of communications would like you to know that you deserve the Candy Captain, as the show is improving her mood.
Oh, thank you, Jill. As long as it's approved by you, don't tell the ship's doctor. Keep this away from Bones. Okay. Katie says investigations. Another A, an A. Okay. Another early favorite. The use of Tom going undercover. What on whose covers? Sorry, couldn't resist it. Was an unexpected ploy on behalf of Janeway, and the cooking with Neelix segment was something I wanted more of. Let's see here.
Boss, can I just interrupt for 2 wags of a puppy's tail? Because we're about to get really busy. I just want you to know that our friend Crease is here. Everyone, say good evening to Crease. Hi, sweetheart. Nice to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Good to see you, Crease.
Sorry about that. I beg your pardon.
That's all right. No problem. Thanks for popping in, Crease. Great to see you. She says, imagine at least every 2 episodes per season having Neelix sit down and interview a crew member. Cute fun. I'm trying not to imagine it. In any case, Fresca Seska remains one of the most underrated villains in a Trek and really shines. Okay. Go. As she and the Kazon plot to destroy the ship. Hang on one second. We should what am I looking for? Hang on one second there, since you mentioned the Kmart Klingons. Let's go with this. Okay. I forgot about that.
Thank you for that, Gwagnar. Love you.
Thank you, Gwagnar. Let's see. As she and the Kazon plot to destroy the ship. A great twist with Raphael Sabar's character. And finally, Neelix, the Talaxian hero, shines, saving Voyager from doom. Good character growth in this one. Well, thank you so much, Katie. Appreciate you. Always great to hear from Katie. All right. What do I do? Okay. Gwagnar says grade F. Pathetic. Neelix is the poster child for the Dunning-Kruger effect. Wow. Which is basically when a person's lack of knowledge and skill causes them to overestimate their own competence. Wow, good one.
He's dead, Jim.
He's dead. J.J. Kirk says F this episode. I can never resist that. This is the reason Netflix shouldn't do daytime TV, and it's called Investigations. Now, if we call them Netflix.
Love it too.
Harry's
Can you believe we know these people? We hang out with these people. These are some funny, intelligent, funny people. Anyway.
Stacey rocks. Harry's journalism story is dumb.
No, it did it again. I'm sorry about that, boss.
Sorry.
Should not have done that.
No problem. The story is dumb. He's not the personality to be an editor, nor would he have had the time. Nor would he have had the time. Okay, Netflix would not have enough material. Daytime TV shows, especially local programming, are driven purely by paid sponsored advertising. He might go about 2 weeks with this format.
Yeah, and he's also supposed to be cooking all of the meals for 150 people. So breakfast, lunch, and supper. And, you know, I owned a restaurant, and I can definitely tell you that you're not a reporter for the ship you're there and you're there at 4 o'clock in the morning. You prepare all of the food, you get the food all ready, you serve breakfast, and then as soon as you're done serving breakfast, people come in for early lunch, and you have to prepare everything you need for the lunch. And then once you serve lunch and you start to clean up from that, then the dinner comes. It's time for dinner. And then there are all the people who snack in between. What chefs do isn't magical. What chefs do is extremely important, and it's tough work. It's brutal work. Many people who work in the restaurant business work 12, 14, and 16 hours days. He can't be all of these things. And this is what I mean. It's the same thing with the Beverly Crusher thing, and it's the same thing with Kess. They make them do all this stuff that there's no possible way a person could do that. Anyway, sorry, I'm ranting. Sorry about that.
No problem.
What in the name of heaven is this?
That's what we're here for. Why does the crew even need this format? Excuse me. A short, a daily bulletin or word of mouth with such a small crew is sufficient. I blame this all on Bangway for not giving Netflix enough to do. He is the morale officer, but
just
my morale,
beam him into space. Just
my morale,
beam him into space.
That would help my morale if they did.
Yes, that's right, Lisa. His cafeteria should be running 24/7 for the night shift and the day shift. And there, typically on starships, there are 3 shifts, or so we're led to believe through certain scripts. It's not something that I've looked into. And then there would also be all of the snacks and things like that, and people wanting to have meetings. And Neelix would have to train people to help him to meet all of these needs. He would be run ragged. So the idea that he's also a morale officer, a bridge officer, and now the ship's journalist, doing a 24-hour television program on the people in the ship and all of their gossip is just BS.
See here. Empress and M says D-. Detective story good, but the shot in the foot next, since Neelix solves the case, completely negating Tom's entire mission. Wasted efforts, some intrigue, and Neelix on screens for all yay. Thank you, Empress. Anti-derivative Jill, the chief of communications officer, says F this episode. When did Janeway give Neelix so much access to some ship systems? I know Star Trek has a history of lax security protocols, but this pushes that envelope and sends it express to La La Land.
Imagine if Janeway were an actual captain and he had all of that information, and rather than reporting it to the captain as this morale officer and ship chef and ship ambassador and this person who goes out to forage for food, he doesn't report it to the captain or Tuvok. He just goes and tells everyone on the ship in a gossipy way. I mean, he'd be in the brig.
Yep. This is supposed to be the payoff of Jonas collaborating with Seska and the reveal that Tom was only being a brat to be a double agent. But it's obvious the second he leaves the ship, no mystery. Yep. Let's see here. But the kicker is this. Chakotay couldn't know because he couldn't be trusted. Really? I know he has history with Seska, but why would he be your exo if you can't trust him? Unreal. Well, her excuse was that it would feel more real if he didn't know. But yeah, I understand what you're saying, Jill. This is a nail in the Neelix. This is a nail in the Neelix. Not needed argument. Oh boy. Yeah.
Courtesy of Simply Steve. Neelix not needed.
Indeed. Why does he have so much free time that he can think of to do? That he can think of do is pester anyone. Somehow that saves the day. Neelix, the action hero. Let's see here. I have more to say, but I'll keep it to 5. You're the communications officer. If you want to stretch it a little bit more, you can, Jill. Shoot you. It just wasn't a very well constructed mystery. Neelix just seems to be irritating and just in Tuvok's way. At least Tom is not that much of a brat after all. After all.
This is true. Boss man, I just wanted you to know that our marvelous friend Bubba Doom sent you a gift, and it's waiting for you at Starred, boss.
Oh, thank you, Bubba Doom. You're too kind, buddy. Thank you. Appreciate that. He says, Neelix would have plenty of time. He just sprinkled Cass farts on the griddle, and they'd have Michelin Star Dining.
Michelin Star.
Michelin stars? I didn't know.
Or Michelin, however you want to say it. But it's Michelin Star, yeah.
Bon appetit. Thank you so much, buddy. I really appreciate that. You're very kind. Shooter says D. Wow. D minus. Sorry. D minus. I like the idea of Neelix update show. Of a Neelix update show, do you? Can't say I enjoy the host. There you go. Tom Paris is leaving the ship. See, that's the thing that's so ridiculous. That it was just phony. No great loss, but can he take Neelix with him? Yeah. He is going to a Talaxian convoy. Yeah. For all its built up, Paris and the spy, it ends up with Paris and the spy, it ends up being a rather pointless exercise. Flat and feels like way too close off these stories that were not leading anywhere. Yeah, I hear you, buddy. As much as I do like Neelix this episode, That's right, you are the one. I keep forgetting who's that one. I know we have one person here that likes Neelix, right? Or is there two?
I think there are two. There are actually maybe three people. I believe it's two males and a female.
Which is fine. I'm just trying to keep track, everybody. You like whatever you want to like. We're still going to be calling him Chicken Man. And he sucks. But anyway, you can like, no judgment here. But let's see. As much as I don't like Neelix, okay, good. I was wondering who it was. Don't like Neelix. This episode plays to his character well. That's true, I guess. Even if it takes him forever to realize who the spy is, as he watches the spy sabotage the ship. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. Admiral Teague says, Andy Ruda Jill, I just wish Straker had punched him instead. More dignified. Better for Paul, better for Straker, better for everyone. Wow. I like Paul Foster.
Oh my God, I love you guys so much. This is such a great crowd. It's like, I love being friends with all of you. I have such a good time with all of you. Thank you.
Admiral Teague says, B minus. Though Ethan Phillips is a good actor, he's already got a bad look as an alien. Then he's dealt all the wrong cards by the writers. He still almost makes this work. Tom Paris is an infant again. Thank you, Admiral. Lisa says, F. Talaxians should have picked up Neelix, not Tom. Yes. I think Supercast. Did you say Supercast? I think
Supercast.
Oh, do that again. One more time. Hit it again.
Cass. Supercast.
All right, everyone. I've got to interrupt this regularly scheduled program for a special announcement.
Go for it. Oh my God!
Give me work during the show. I mean, I whipped that up pretty quick, I guess, right?
Oh my God, that's fantastic! Thank you.
That's my review. That's an F.
So
Good morning, Vietnam, Neelix. I mean, I don't want to see him. Oh my God! I almost couldn't finish watching the episode.
Oh, so you're getting you're getting an encore request.
Oh,
as
I'm
well.
getting some. Oh, they like it. The chat
Okay,
goes
please.
wild. Thank you, everyone. Yep.
If you could,
Okay,
one
now
more
I'm
time.
about 12 seconds behind you all.
Oh, wow.
No. Did
Did
you
you
see
see
it?
it?
It's no, I didn't get to see it, and it's just I'm on like a almost 12 seconds, I would say, delay right now.
Really?
But
Let's
whatever
try
it is, I know it's good. Did
Oh,
did he do? Did you do what I asked you? Did you make
Yes,
the?
I did. Yeah.
Try
Oh
it
my
again.
God! What did
Try it
everyone
again. Let's try it
say?
again. Let's try it again.
We're
You
trying
ready?
it again right now. Let's see.
Okay.
Oh shit! Woo!
His
Oh,
character is just so bad.
Oh my
This
God, that's Cherry. That's
You
so
saw it?
beautiful. That should be played at least 10 times a day. That's Cherry, baby. Cherry! Mark D with a C. I love you.
I'm glad
think-
I'm glad I learned InDesign for work.
I think everybody.
Slappies!
InDesign Premiere. Which program are you using? Yeah.
Well done. Well, I think it was a hit. A hit, if you'll pardon the pun.
I think everyone wants it again. I guess. Yeah.
My kids, my-
Oh God, I hope I never meet Ethan Phillips. He's gonna
Oh God! I'll
be in big trouble at the Star Trek convention.
Okay, well, here we go. Let's continue.
Yeah, got a
on,
mosey
shall
on
we?
along. Yep.
Where were I? No, you hang with us if you want. If you want to hang with us.
No. Yeah.
Lisa, I think it was Lisa was
Well,
next, right?
before we return to the reviews, just can we just two eggs of a puppy's tail? Just want to let everyone know that I dumped a whole bunch of graphics and requests on Mark, and Mark has been sitting backstage this entire 3 hours and 20 minutes working on everything that I asked him to make. This guy is the sweetest person. He's so talented and such a cool person and is such a good friend. You know, he's not just doing this for Clobby and I, he's doing it for all of you so that we have wonderful things to laugh at. So I just want to say thanks on behalf of the whole chat and Clobby and just all of us, Mark. Thank you for making
Yes.
cool and fun things.
Oh, you're welcome.
You're a
Yep.
sweetheart.
It's fun. Yep. It's fun. Yep.
Thanks,
Yeah.
dude. Great.
Appreciate it. Yep. Thank you. Yep. Made me laugh too once I did that one, so it was worth it. Yeah.
Yeah, you're a doll, honey. Thank you for that. Okay, Clobby,
Lisa,
sorry for interrupting.
Yep. I mean, you've been at a con all day. You're very tired. Number one, so we're going to get through these as fast as we can here. Lisa says F. Talaxians. I agree. Talaxians are a bunch of. Oh, you mean F. Says Talaxians should have picked up Neelix, not Tom. I think Supercast must have rubbed it off because Neelix was morale officer, cook, journalist, detective, and a ninja that survived a really lame fight. Absolutely, Lisa. Fiona sees. Captain, your morale officer is pissing us all off and sending some off the deep end. Morale, you keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. My name is Chipotle Montoya. You killed my dinner. Prepare to die. So sick of the Mackey crap. Yeah, me too. By now, Tuvok would have had them all under surveillance and weeded out the bad ones by now. Don't the monkey want to get home? Good point. Again, the lazy writers are just making the new cartoon mustache twirling bad guys. Their actions make no sense. The Kardashians were the enemy, not the feds. Right. Yep. Well, Eric K says D+. How come every other ship has cameras every place, but this ship does not? I know they're starved for power, but come on, Mr. Vulcan. Neelix solves everything. Tom not really leaving. Who knew? Says I have no idea how Raquel loves Neelix and really likes Kess so much. Guess I was in a mood not. I was in a mood, not a F for me.
I don't love Neelix. Shin kicks, Eric.
Yep.
I would be mad at Eric right now, but we share a dog, so we have to get along.
In fact, I think Mark has a demonstration of how much you love Neelix.
Yeah. You ready? Oh, my mouse stopped working.
Yep.
My mouse battery went dead. Go. Nope. Hold on.
Where is it?
Gee, I wonder why it went dead.
Yeah. What happened to my? It's under Supercast Flying and brand. Let me change my battery.
I don't have a brand for that.
Yeah, under brand 1. It's on the right there. Under video clips.
Oh.
It's towards the bottom. Yep.
All the way to the bottom?
It's the last video clip.
Okay. Never, ever, 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 ever will it get old. Bubba-doom says, Jesus.
It's so good.
Bubba-doom. F Neelix, I agree. Oh, F the Neelix. F is the rating. Let me get that straight. He's not saying F Neelix or anything. F Neelix needs to be thrown into a dumpster fire at a porta potty company. So, Mrs. Columbo trusts Neelix more than Chipotle, eh?
Did somebody say Chipotle?
Yes.
I believe Gwag has something that I sent to you.
Oh, we can. Yeah, I'll get that. Yeah.
Can we please put that on?
Yeah, I think I have it under.
Somebody said Chipotle. Ding, 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 ding.
Not that one.
There we go.
There you go.
Gwag did this. Gwag.
Nice one, Gwag.
Cherry, baby. Cherry. Oh, God. Look at the little pepper under the Chipotle. It's so funny. Oh my God, I love you, Gwag.
Next episode. Okay, this episode reminds me of a Nickelodeon kids show.
Yeah, right? So bad. God, it's so funny.
Well done, man, I swear. Maximum Redstoner says F minus. Well,
sorry. This delay is making it worse. I'm so sorry.
No,
I'm like so far behind you guys.
Wow, weird. F minus. I've written a Brady Bunch tune that expresses my hatred. This episode only justifies the negativity of this putrid, swarthy man. I'll sing it if you want, but unlike Neelix, I want cause undue pain.
Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Indeed. That would be great to hear. Wait a minute. I thought I got all of Fiona's.
Oh, you might have, but the chat's acting really weird. It keeps disappearing on me again, and then it comes back. It's going completely blank, and I'm really far behind you. So I wouldn't doubt if I didn't double click it. I'm sorry.
No, I mean.
Oh, but it's up again. It's up again.
Yeah, it's in the star.
Yeah, but look,
Life?
There's another one that just came in now.
Yeah, it's on there twice.
Oh no, she reposted it. She reposted 4 of 4. Not the yeah.
But I missed it. Could this have been another one of those things where you had 3 of 3 and I took it literally? Didn't think you had a 4?
That might have happened, boss.
Yeah, I mean, because I didn't look. I won't look for a 4 if it says 3 of 3. Life with Kmart Klingons would be worse than Kardashian. Every antagonist has the same voice. They're generic and swappable. This is a children's show wrapped in an adult paper. Needs better challenges.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Okay. She also said,
I
At
love
least-
this comment. This is not a review, but this is a great comment.
Lisa, they have fusion reactors, literally unlimited power. That is a conceit used by lazy writers. Life support, bazillion number one with a bunch of zeros, people would be minuscule compared to powering a ship at those speeds. Okay.
Yeah, we've made it very clear with Star Trek that we solved the power issues. Power is no longer an issue in our society. We have all the power.
Unless your dilithium crystal gets cracked or something like
Right.
that. Yeah,
But
they've
then
got
remember,
unlimited power.
they already encountered more dilithium. So they
Yeah.
could have reverted the engines to Scotty's design, which would be on the computer, and then they would have at least enough dilithium for a 5-year mission, according to the amount of dilithium Scotty had. So either B'Elanna isn't as good of an engineer as she thinks, or the writers suck. I'm just going to say that the writers
With the
suck.
writers. Well, that's why they add reactors so they can run the holodeck when the warp drive is out, so they could keep the Doctor active. So that was one of the conceits they did. Well, it's a minor spoiler, for the Doctor to get more mobile. Show, yeah.
Exactly. I like the Freudian slip of Fiona. She's talking about power, and so she hapless homophone breaks, then breaks. Good one, Fiona. She goes FFS. Don't worry about it. It's cool.
Simply Steve says, F the app alt title. Chicken man infestations. Moron officer knee kicks was deserving of spacing out of airlock. Paris doing slightly better this app. Giving underplot. What Seska says, Seska gets. Right? Touring Machine says, I swear I've seen better written Saved by the Bell episodes. It seems that that was the level of writing there they were aiming at, and completely failed at it. Failed at it to boot. Hey guys, we're doing an ep on journalism. Yep, yes sir. Thank you for that one. And Joseph Dredd, here comes the judge. Says, F. Secret Agent Paris. Neelix reporter. Detective. Tinker Spy. Detective Tinker Spy, I guess.
Yeah.
Neelix steals the engineering authorization code Omega 4. One less Fresca episode. Who actually was cheering for Jonas to throw Neelix in the plasma stream. Weren't we all?
I'm going to officially make the call because I cannot do any of this stuff myself right now, and I'm burdening I'm burdening Mark too much. So I'm just going to put the call out now.
Before you do it,
anyone who would like to enable the Fresca meme, if you would like to Fresca Seska, we would be more than happy to feature it here. I do not have time to do it myself, and I'm not throwing any more work at Mark because it would just be mean, and I have a convention to complete. But Fresca Seska must materialize, and your Fresca Seskas are always welcome here.
Bruce Lombardo.
Hey, Bruce!
Hey, Bruce.
Hey, Bruce. See you, buddy. So, all right. Well, what are we doing? Oh, well, unless Mark has something to say about the episode, we're done.
Well, I just say again, it just, I mean, you have a good kernel of a story there, but just Neelix destroys it. And it's just, I mean, it could be interesting, but yeah, Paris leaving the ship is just ridiculous. I mean, that's just so silly. And yeah, Neelix all of a sudden becoming a YouTuber or an investigative reporter on the ship, like Janeway's going to let him do that. Oh my God, it's nuts.
Oh no!
Oh, Gwagnar did it. All right.
Gwag did it. Gwag did it. Wait. Let me go get it. Go get it. Gotta love you, Gwag. Gotta love you, Gwag.
All right, Gwag. Thank you for the being a member for 13 months for the member chat. Thank you, sir.
Oh my
Appreciate
God.
that.
I bet you it's just Cherry.
Oh! Wow.
Oh, you got to share the
that
fun.
good, huh? So, Mark, have I shown all the stuff he's made tonight? Did I forget anything?
Oh no, yeah.
No, there's a couple more.
There's a couple more, yeah. So let's
Yes,
go there.
please.
Good. I don't know where they are, so if you could show them
so
whenever
it's
you're ready.
under,
Oh God,
Let me
I
go
gotta
show
send
those. Yep.
this.
So we've got Commander Chipotle. We did the Kmart Klingons, right?
We did Kmart Klingons, but he
So
has.
we got Tuvok.
Yep, Tuvok. It's so good. I mean, come on, you guys. Gwag is so good. Okay, where is it?
And this is really mean. Oh, poor Harry Kim. Harry Kim
This
on
is
his
great.
way
I
to
love it. I
set.
love it.
Oh, no, I hope
I
I don't
know,
see him
it's
at a
so good.
convention. He's a nice guy, but yeah, his character is so bland and flat. My God, if they've written a more boring At least Wesley was annoying. He's just boring, you know.
You need to go to the clubhouse. Go to the clubhouse on
Okay.
Twitch. Go to the clubhouse on Twitch. Wait till you see what Gwag said.
Oh, I gotta. Yeah, you want me to upload this one? Yep, yep. Let me grab that one. Yep.
Gwag. Cherry, baby. Cherry. Mwah. Mwah. Cherry. Cherry, baby.
Seska's never looked so good and as
Yeah.
refreshing.
Yes. For once, Seska's refreshing. Fresca. Her name is
All right.
Fresca from now on.
Fresca. Fresca. I don't think she's that bad. Like, and of course, the Cardassian part, yeah, doesn't work so well. Yeah.
God,
Let me
so
just-
funny. You got it. You gotta put that up on the show. Oh God, I love you, Gwag.
Well done, Gwag.
Gwagnar, I love you. Oh,
I gotta
my
convert it.
inbox
Hold
looks
on.
so good thanks to Gwagnar. It's hysterical. It's the best ever.
Fresca. Seska.
Happy birthday.
Ew. Cass, Super Cass.
I don't know why. Just because.
So, how popular is Seska these days? Or Fresca? I meant to say Fresca.
I don't know, but I remember liking Fresca. I didn't even know it was a diet soda.
It's kind of like 7-Up, right? If I'm remembering.
Yeah,
It's like a
well,
sweet
that's
7-Up.
yeah, that's why I liked it. Is I know it. I remember it wasn't sweet.
Oh, it
At
wasn't
least
sweet.
when I tried it, it wasn't sweet, and so I was like,
Okay.
maybe I do like pop because I actually hate pop.
Pop music or pop drinks?
Pop drinks. I don't like soft drinks. I don't like pop. I do like cherry Coke though. I love cherry Coke.
I love cherry Coke, especially if you put it in the freezer and let it turn into an icy.
But I also love cream soda, and now that I know that
Yeah.
Gene Roddenberry likes it, I'm gonna be pouring one out for him every year. Look at this Fresca. Look at this. It's from Gwag. It's so
Fresca
good.
Seska.
Yeah. I love you,
Maybe we should
Gwag.
do a commercial for him. Yeah.
Thank you for your beautiful work. Or you know what you could do, Mark, if you have time, but I don't want to press you for this because, like, I have ideas, but I just don't have the time to do it. You could take Gwag's Fresca and you could do a background remove on it. You could shrink it down and you could put it in Kess's hand, in Super Kess's hand. And so when she flies, she could be
She can drink
carrying
She can
Fresca
drink a
Seska.
Fresca. She can drink a
Yes.
Fresca.
Yes. I just don't have time. I have to finish the convention, folks.
We
Well,
should
to that
put,
end-
we should put Fresca Seska on the label. Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. That's right.
To that end, then you do have to get moving.
I
So
do. I have an early
we're
day
gonna-
because tomorrow is my last day at the con. So I'll just show everyone the pictures from the first day if you weren't here at the beginning of the show. So here's my Catwoman, of course, Julie Newmar. I had such a great time. I sold a couple of books, which is good. And then this is the second day. This was today.
And you in a
So
submarine there for UFO?
I am in
Yep.
a submarine. So there's my UFO. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough time to ask my husband to use his cellular phone to take a whole bunch of pictures of me. This is all I have from that cosplay, but it turned out wonderfully. I really enjoyed wearing it. It was super comfortable. It looked sexy. I absolutely loved the shirt that I had to make actually turned out because I was scared it wasn't going to turn out. And I love the patch that Clobby got me. Clobby got that for me. at a convention that he went to, and then he went to the trouble of making sure it didn't get damaged, and then he sent it to me all the way to Canada, and that's like $60 or $70 for me to get here, that particular patch, and there's no way anyone here has it, right? So not only was it super rare, but it was just so generous, and I love it, and I had such a good time today. And so tomorrow I'm doing the Top Gun. I know everyone knows I hate Tom Cruise, but I'm going to do the Top Gun because it's popular. People know what it is. Today people were looking at me. They're like, "What's UFO?" Some people actually even pretended that they knew what UFO was, but the fact that their eyes glazed over, I was like, "You're just being nice. You don't know what UFO is."
You got to
So
foster slap them then.
yeah, you got to foster slap them, but I would never do that. I don't advocate violence, but I will shin kick you, or ask for your agonizer. But you have to give it to me willingly.
Well, that's not violence.
I'm interrupting because Shooter gifted 10 Clobbering Times
Oh,
memberships.
Hey, Shooter! Thanks, Shooter.
Very nice. Yeah.
Yeah,
Appreciate
so
that,
it's
bud.
going to be fun. I'm going to do Top Gun tomorrow, and then that will be.
We
the
still
end
want
of
to see some pictures of you, the full pictures of that costume, though.
I will. I promise I will put them up tomorrow. Hopefully we'll have a little bit more time, but I've done the fashion show.
You do have UFO pictures though, right?
Just that one picture.
Oh, you didn't have any other pictures?
Well, I didn't have a time, and Andrew went to the con
that's okay.
before I did because I still
that's
have
what
all
I
my
meant.
responsibilities.
Eventually,
at
we
home.
want to see pictures of you in that costume.
Yeah. Eventually, I will put this. I'm going to wash it first because I was at the con.
Right.
I'll get it all washed up and I'll put it on, and I'll get Andy to take some photographs. We don't do anything professional. I just go to the front door.
Oh,
he takes pictures with his cell phone, and then we use a blurring tool to blur out our home, and that's it.
That's okay.
No Photoshop, nothing like that. I don't do any fancy schmancy stuff. What you see is what you get, folks. I look like this when you meet me instead of like, ooh.
Look wonderful. Look wonderful.
Well, thank you. So yeah, Top Gun tomorrow, and hopefully I'll sell some books. So far, I have only sold 14 books.
Oh, that's not bad,
At the con or
at the con, yeah. So I hope tomorrow we'll sell some because at this rate it won't even pay for the table.
Oh shit.
Some things that I'm doing, people are inviting me as a guest, and I don't have to pay to get in. They're using me as like a celebrity or as an attraction, and so it's quite nice because then I can try and connect with my audience. But this is a bigger convention, and new people are running it. And I thought I was going to get invited as a guest like I was at the last one, but nope, this one was I think around $350. Over $350 if you
have a
include the
table.
parking. Yeah, just to have the table.
Yeah.
So it might not even cover the expenses of the convention. But you know what I did do though? Is that I reached 14 people to read my stories that I never would have reached otherwise. And for that, I have my Patreon people to thank. There'd be no way that I could afford this without my Patreon people, especially Larry and Tony Stark. And all the patron level people like Sean Carter, Cardinal Sin, Shooter, God rest his soul. I feel so bad. I can't believe Cardinal Sin is gone. Shooter, Chris Persia, Scuba and Leslie Pete, Eric K, and Enigmatic Drop Bear. Without those people, I can't do it because there's no money in science fiction. There really isn't. You know where there's money? If you write like spy, mystery, thriller type things, or you write like weird romance, like it has to be like youth and it involves vampires, and then like people go crazy for your stuff. But science fiction was already a small genre, and it's just getting smaller and smaller and smaller. There's no money in it. You have to love doing it because there's no money in it.
The audience is becoming much more selective.
Yeah, and
to quote Spinal Tap, which I don't think. Have you seen Spinal Tap?
Yeah, of course I have.
Okay, yeah. You haven't seen Princess Bride, all right? Yeah.
No,
okay.
But it's just really sad because the people who were coming up to me were saying, "I'm here to try and find science fiction books, science fiction stories, because they're not in magazines anymore." And it felt like such an aha moment, like the clouds opened up and the choir of angels was singing. I was like, wow. And people were actually complaining, like, where's all the science fiction? Where are all the science fiction short stories? And I'm like, oh, did angels send you to me? So, I mean, it was 14 people, but 14 people who are really cool. And hopefully I'll break even on the table. Wouldn't it be great if I
I
could
hope
break
so.
even on the
Hope so.
table?
You going back tomorrow, huh?
Hope so too.
Yeah. One more day.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Well, did you have any shout outs? Any final words?
Yes, please. I'll just do it as quickly as possible, but I have to do it because I just love these human beings and everything that they do for me. First, I want to say hail to the chat. Thank you so much for supporting my friend Clobby, his beautiful channel. Thank you for your marvelous conversation this evening. I enjoyed your company immensely. Each and every one of you, just delightful. You're so intelligent, funny, engaging. You're wonderful people. And it is a great honor to host this, at the end of the week. It's about 300 of us hosting this co-hosting this mini Star Trek convention with the captain and Mark. It is so much fun, and you guys are the reason why it's so fun. So thank you, each and every one of you, for the effort that you put into the conversation. You make this space great. I also want to thank all the wrenches. Thank you for your help this evening. Sometimes StreamYards can be a little wonky, so thank you so much. A little wonka-donk tonight, but we got through it. I also want to thank Mark, like I did earlier, but just doff my cap to him again. Thank you for being such a marvelous friend and all of your hard work tonight. There you are, slaving away for 3.5 hours. We just really love you and thank you. I want to thank all of my Patreon subs. I want to thank Larry, and Tony Stark, my full backers who really make things possible for me, advertising like banners and things like that, helping me get my book out. And that also includes my patrons who are really putting their money where their mouth is. You guys are incredible to me. Thank you, Sean Carter, Cardinal Sin, God rest your soul. Shooter, Gwagnar. Thank you so much for joining my patrons, Gwagnar. I appreciate you so much. I want to thank Chris Persia, Scuba and Leslie Pete, Eric K, and his trusty dusty dog Kirby, who we share, but not really. Love you, Eric. And Enigmatic Drop Bear. I hope you had a wonderful evening and you got to relax with your friend tonight. We all missed you, but thank you so much for letting us know that you were out having a good time. And we're just sending our continued love and prayers to you, sweetheart. You're going to beat this thing. And we all love you and care about you very much. I also want to thank all of my fans who are there to be counted to back this book. And that includes Michael and Cassandra Beacom, who have been so generous and kind to me, Mark D with the C and his beautiful family, Anti-Derivative Jill, Maximum Redstone, JT Kirk, he is Kirok, Dabman and the Dabman clan, Lord and Lady Thoth, and of course Lance. Don't forget to give him way too much cheese whenever Lord Thoth is not looking. The fantastic dude we all know as Rob Altus, be seeing you. And Tyler, thank you so much. I also want to thank all of the lurkers out there. Thank you for boosting this channel all the way to 300 views for Saturday Night Star Trek. I just love you all so much. Thank you. I also want to thank each and every single person who sent my captain, one of the best friends I ever had in my life. Thank you for sending him all these gifts. You are the people who keep the lights on at this at his virtual comic book shop, and you make these little mini Saturday Night Star Trek conventions possible. So thank you, each and every one of you, for those gifts. Shout out to Max. Thank you so much for the copy of that book. That went above and beyond. And last but certainly not least, Clubby, I love you, sweetheart. Thank you for having me on your beautiful show and introducing me to all of your marvelous friends. You are a beautiful human being, and I absolutely love you with all of my heart. Thank you for making this space for us, baby. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Oh, thank
And
you.
that's
Love
it.
you. Well, love you right back at you. Thank you so much. Now we're gonna basically. Did you need to run, or do you want to stay to the end?
I am going to scoot because I have to get up very early. For
I know
the
you got to
call.
get up early, so go ahead and handle that. And of course, I'll just see
Have
you.
fun tomorrow. Good luck. So lots of books.
Thank
we'll
you,
talk
everyone.
later.
Keep your fingers crossed. I
Yes.
at least want to break even. I didn't go into science fiction thinking I was going to get rich. It is a tiny genre, but
I
I'd
understand.
love to break even. Keep the faith from me, folks. And I'm sorry I won't be here to individually shake your hand as you leave tonight, but I want you to know how much I appreciate all of you and what a wonderful time I had. Thank you for sharing your time
Okay.
with me, everyone. Good night.
Love you. See you later.
Love you.
Have fun tomorrow. Let me know how it goes. Jonah Hex, what's up, buddy? All right. So, any closing words, Mark, before we do the show notes and shout outs?
Well, thank you, Raquel, so much. She always is so nice, and I sound like a broken record too. Sometimes the clunkiest episodes we have the most fun. So we had at least one of those or a few of those tonight. So
wait till next week.
Wait till next week. Yeah,
I'll explain in a minute. By the way, here in next week's episodes, folks. This week was fun. Last week was off the charts crazy because we did one of the last week we did one of the worst episodes of all time in Trek Threshold. Next week we do the most controversial episode of all time. Look what's on there.
that's for sure. Yeah.
Two Vicks.
And
Two
I don't
Vicks
even
next week.
I don't even think they thought it would be that controversial, but yeah, we won't talk about it tonight. But yeah, that's
No, we're not gonna talk about
one
it
that's
tonight.
always yeah, it's one that's always referenced. So if you
Two
haven't
Vicks.
watched it, watch it. Yeah, it's an interesting
Two Vicks
one.
time. Oh boy.
Yeah. Yep.
So anyway, sorry. Continue.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll have Sunday Night Geekery tomorrow night, and we'll also have talk a little bit about our buddy Cardinal Sin, who was on the Geekery a few times, and yeah, it's just hard to believe that he passed. He was such a nice guy, and what a shock that was to everyone. Still kind of trying to process it, but yeah, really hard to imagine. But as he would have liked to be hanging out here tonight with us. I'm sure he wouldn't. The show must go on, as he says. So as I'm sure he would say. So another shout out to Gil, great guy, and yeah, just it's a crappy world sometimes. But yeah, everyone. Yeah, look forward to hanging out with you on Sunday Night Geekery. I am going to a clam bake tomorrow. I'll be having sea bugs and lobster at a fundraiser for a group.
Cool.
So I
Don't
won't
take
save
pictures.
you. I won't save any for you.
Don't take
Bobber.
pictures.
Don't take pictures for you. Yes, I won't be.
I'm
taking
you're going to do it
pictures.
anyway.
Yeah, I will do it. But yeah. So yeah, it's nice. Everyone's putting Cardinal CS in the chat for
Absolutely. Thank you, everybody.
Cardinals.
Gil.
Put this up for a second again. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, good.
But yeah, just hard to sometimes someone isn't and doing well, or God forbid someone has an accident and you don't know. Either way, it's just not good. I don't know what's better, knowing or not knowing, but yeah, just what a total shock. And he had a lot more to give us all, and he was always fun to hang out with, and his midnight to midnight shows, and
still shocked.
Yeah, into the Fringe. Yeah.
This
So
is still just a shock for all of us, man.
Yeah. Nuts. Yeah.
We'll miss you, buddy.
Yeah.
We'll leave this up while we do the show. If you
Okay,
anything
yeah.
else, we'll do it. Show notes and shout outs. We'll do it quick, I guess. Show notes basically, like Mark said, he's got the big geekery going on tomorrow night. I'll put that back on the side.
Yeah.
10 p.m. Eastern time. I'll be over there with him, of course, and after a while it becomes the eatery, as you know.
Yeah.
So geekery eatery tomorrow night, Sunday nights. Kick your Sunday night or end your weekend, wind down your geek weekend with us. Mondays, 3 Mondays out of the month, I'm on J-Man's channel at 6 p.m. Central, reviewing Legion of Superheroes with he and Sean and myself, reviewing all Legion of Superheroes in chronological order, all their appearances from 58 to 89, the beginning of the Silver Age to the end of the Bronze Age, all the Legion that there is that matter anyway. And of course later Monday night Mark C. Comics Talk at 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. All of my shows here, Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, are 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. Monday night, we have the Mark C. Comics Talk. Wednesday nights, it's Wild Card Wednesday night. Anything goes. the Clubhouse, of course. This week, Clubhouse, which is always Raquel and Mark and myself, as you just heard us on here. The Clubhouse, we have a lot of fun. It's number 100 this week, so we're going to celebrate that. And then, of course, Tuesdays and Thursday nights, I'm over at Tom's Midnight's Edge show as a panelist over there with a great, amazing channel. Midnight's Edge After Dark, that is, 6 p.m. Central. Sometimes it just depends on what's going on. Loki on his channel has the Comic Book Roundtable at 7 p.m. on Wednesday nights. And Fridays, I'm on J-Man's channel also, reviewing Jack Kirby's Fourth World with Jay and Sean and myself. We're going to review all that, and after that, do some more Kirby books. That's 6 p.m. Central, 7 Eastern, and then after that, at 8 p.m., 8:20. I don't know where we at. 8:30 Central with Nick and the Comic Shop Boys, Friday Night Comic Shop Talk. And again, as always, it ends up being back here with Saturday Night Star Trek next week. 4 more episodes reviewed by my first officer and myself. Hello there. I don't know how you say that. Is it RRTNZ? Rins? I'm not sure how you say that. RR? Is it a word?
RTNZ. I don't know. We'll try, but hail.
Hail, welcome. All right. So let's see here. Yeah, so that's basically the shout outs. Before we do that's the show notes. We'll do the shout outs in a second. I just want to say Gil Babel, Cardinalson. We started up the beginning of this show earlier, almost 4 hours ago, with a moment of silence for him. After we end our credits, we'll do a moment of silence for him for that. But I just wanted to say we'll miss him. We're still in shock over this. We found out the news about Gil, our old friend Cardinal Sen, this Thursday night while we were doing when Raquel and I were in the middle of doing the Clubhouse show. And so many of us knew him. So many of us streamed with him. And I was honored to be on the show quite a bit. Oh, good night, Katie. Thanks for being here.
Hi, Katie.
I was proud to be on his show a number of times and he said been over here on Mark's and on mine, I think. And he's always popped into the chat and been very, very generous, and says, he was a Patreon supporter of Raquel and a good friend and a fun-loving guy. And we used to tease each other back and forth about a lot of stuff and mess with each other. And he was just everyone who knew him really loved him and enjoyed his show and just hanging out with him. He was a fun guy, and he was a good man. And it's just we're still in shock about it. So I'm going to go ahead and just say our goodbyes tonight, my shout outs to everybody. But Gil, buddy, warp speed, my friend. Shout outs to the wrenches, and then we'll shout out everybody on the list. Eric K, the Bronze Wrencher. Thank you, buddy, for all you do. Appreciate you. Chris Persia, D. Bud Martin, Lord Thought, the Lady Thought, J Man, Hungry Boy, Kal-El, Phantom Outsider, Maddie's Daddy, Max Redstone. All right. And also with us tonight, of course, the great Chief Engineer, Mark D. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Great to be here. Yep. A lot of fun tonight.
Our Communications Officer, Jill. Oh, yep. And our Security Officer, Lord Thoth, was here. Oh, RTNZ has a super chat. So thank you, Art. Appreciate you. Hey, Clobbering Times. Look forward to listening to your LSH review. I was a regular reader during the 80s Levitz Giffen era. Cheers. Look, I love that era as well. I love Paul Levitz. If we can get J-Man, could you get J-Man's link?
Yeah, I can get Jamin's chat. Yep.
That show,
channel.
I do it on my friend J-Man's channel. He and Sean, who I do the show with, it's funny, they never read Legion until now. And what we've done is we've gone back to the very beginning, Legion 2, Adventure 247, and we're going to chronologically go in order. And we get a link to J-Man's show. We've done about maybe 13 or 14 of them, I think, so far. We do three a month on Monday nights. And so we're doing them in order. So we're back in the crude Silver Age Legion when they're still very, very much developing, still very new. So we'll be a while till we get to the 80s Legion, but we're going to get there. We're going to every appearance, whether it's an abnormal issue, a story they're in, or it's a, like a guest appearance somewhere, we're going to chronicle all of it. And, it's going to be a lot of fun. So I hope you will take a look at that and stop by. But thank you for the super chat. RTNZ, always great to meet a fellow Legion fan. Long live the Legion. Yes, indeed, Rob. Rest in peace. Cardinal Sin will not be forgotten. Bruce Lombardo. I really hope he was able to go when he was sleeping. I hate to think he was active. I hear you. Oh, also, there's going to be a buddy of mine soon. Even before we're all done, we're going to review the Great Darkness Saga at least a couple of times. Love a Great Darkness Saga, so it's always good. Sorry, everyone, give me yakking about the Legion. I can't stop.
Yeah. You mentioned Legion. That's like me mentioning clam pizza.
Yeah, it is. Just like it. Yeah. Anyway, Shooter, thank you, buddy. Simply Steve. Joseph Grid, here comes the judge. Raymond and Sandra Feliciano, we're here. Bubba Doom, thank you. Classic Comics, thank you. Penny was here. Gwagnar, thanks for all those pictures, Gwag. Above and beyond the call, buddy. Thank you.
Great job. Yep.
Indeed, isness. Michael Beacom, shout out to Cassandra Beacom, of course. Hope you guys are doing great. Larry. Empress and M, thank you for your participation. That 70s rock buddy. Let's see here. And they called him Scuba Peach and Leslie. It's Fet for Hire was here, popped in earlier. Oh, that's always that's a great one there.
He did Gil's coin and a lot of artwork for Gil. So yeah, he does great work. Yeah.
Great work. Suzanne Eckstein was here. Admiral Teague, thanks, buddy. Sander Hammerslag, SP4H, Claude Salling, Eldritch Lord Hasser, Maximum Red Soul, already got him. Maximum. Hey, Max, hope you're doing well, but thank you again for all you did. Thank you for all those limericks, buddy. Apollome's Minion and the Pupper, Lisa, lovely Lisa. Victor Fontaine, Parker Luck, Dad Man Walking and the Dad Man Clan, Rob Altus, JT Kirk, Naladanax Amanda Bear, Turing Machine, Joe Dog, what's it, Herc, Doobie Herc, Doc Fortune, Sean Carter from Mars, Malachi D. Waldman, Keely Chow, roll it. Katie Carr, thank you, Katie. Princess Fiona thanks, Fiona. Anonymous, Scott Knudsen, thank you so much. Maria T and Telly popped in. That's an honor. There you go. Good to see you. Matt G. Midnight's Oblivion. Crease, 1984. Bruce Lombardo, good to see you, Kemisabi. Jonah Hex, thank you for popping in, buddy. And again, the aforementioned new friend, RRTNZ. Thank you for popping in, and long live the Legion. And thank you for the super chat. So let me see. Check mine. Okay, there we go. All right, everybody. So I guess that's it. Thank you so much for being here with us tonight. I'm going to now play us out with our usual end credits and after this important message. And after that, we might wait a minute before we another moment of silence. Saturday Night Star Trek playing tribute to the great Cardinals and Gil Bavel. Rest in peace, buddy. Go up there and ask that important question, man. What does God need with the starship? And we love you.